In 2022, the Virginia women won their third straight ACC swimming and diving championship. And the North Carolina State men won their seventh in the last 8 years. Who will be the stars of 2023? And can either team repeat? The ACC Swimming and Diving Championships are coming up next. The Greensboro Aquatic Center in Greensboro, North Carolina. Tournament Town, as it is known, and this week hosting the ACC Swimming and Diving Championships at this tremendous venue, the largest facility of its kind in the nation. Hi everyone, I'm Steve Schlanger with the Olympic gold medalist Amy Van Dyken, also the All-American Jason Bauman joining later for the diving. And as we get things started here, let's take you through the team standings on the women's side. North Carolina just ahead of Virginia, Louisville, NC State, and Notre Dame rounding out the top five as things commence here in the pool in Greensboro. And first up, it is the women's 200-yard freestyle relay. 2 heats. 8 lengths of the pool, each swimmer swimming 2 lengths. So that is 50 yards in what is a 25-yard length pool here in Greensboro for this championship. And Amy, just getting started, busy night and busy weekend here, but the freestyle relay to kick things off, always a fun event where it's the collective energy of a team that's on display and not just the individual swimmer. Yeah,
and you know, it's so interesting. I was talking to the Pitt head coach, pardon me, and he was telling me, his name is Chase. Chase was telling me that one of his sprinters actually is going faster on the leadoff of the free relay than she does individually. And it just speaks to what this is. These relays are so important. They count for double points. We're watching the first heat, which someone in this heat right here could win the entire event. It is so exciting. You're not just swimming for yourself, Steve. You're swimming for your entire team.
And Amy, while we have 8 lanes here, just 4 different schools swimming in this first of the 2 heats. Boston College in lane 3, Florida State is next to them in lane 4, Pitt in lane 5, and then Georgia Tech in lane 6. As you see, another transition here, and that's always one of the keys of the relay. How quickly you get to the wall and the other swimmer get in and continue the flow.
Yeah, and you know, one thing that's really important here is right here when we see these swimmers come off the wall, they have now, at this point, right at this buoy, have to set up for their finish, because if there is someone on the lane, and of course this is the end of the race, you've got to hit that wall hard. And look at that, you've got to smack that water hard when you do a great job, and that was a great swim for Pitt.
So it is Pitt in lane number 5, 129.18. They win heat number 1 over Florida State, Boston College, and Georgia Tech. Tremendous atmosphere here, as there always is in the conference championship. Swimmers lining the pool, and now we are set for the second of the 2 finals. Well, the judges apparently are checking out something in a replay for a possible disqualification, so the results are not official as of yet. But while they do that, we will begin the second heat, and all 8 lanes of the pool will be filled here. Duke will be in lane 1, Virginia Tech 2, Louisville is in lane 3, UVA in the middle of the pool, lane number 4, North Carolina lane 5, NC State, their neighbors here in North Carolina, also neighbors in the pool this evening here in lane number 6 for the Wolfpack, Notre Dame lane 7, and Miami in lane 8. Amy, how much of a difference is there going from a race where you just have 4 teams in the middle of the pool to swimmers in all lanes? Does it matter that much?
No, it really doesn't, because what you're doing is you are focusing on the clock, and that's what's happening right now. Lane 4, we've got Kate Douglas from University of Virginia. She is an Olympian. She is just awesome. Look at that finish. One thing I do want to point out here, Steve, is when you are talking about a relay, your finishes have got to be on point. We're watching right here after the turn. When you come up on this first red buoy that they're hitting right there, you want to start concentrating on how you're going to finish, because you need to finish strong. Otherwise, a person on the block could false start.
Now, North Carolina, a promising start here in the middle of the pool, lane number 5.
And in lane 4, we're going to see Alex Walsh. She is sister of Gretchen Walsh, who we saw go second in this relay. That was not a great finish on lane 4 right there. Lexi Como, that was not a great finish. She kind of glided into the wall a little bit, made it hard for Alex Walsh to judge that start.
But here is Alex Walsh now, the junior for UVA, and the Cavaliers have the lead in lane number 4 right there in the middle of your screen, trying to bring it home. And it's going to be Virginia just ahead of Louisville in lane number 3. Virginia wins the second heat here in the 200-yard freestyle relay.
And they just broke an American record. Is that right? Did they really just do that? That's an American record. That is amazing. Great job, ladies.
Sensational swim by the top-ranked women's team in the conference.
Oh my gosh, Steve, that was so cool to be able to see an American record right now at this time in the year. We've got NCAAs coming up in a few weeks, and most of these athletes are going to be ready for that event. But look at that, they're having the same exact reaction I did. Did we really just do that? Was that an American record? Did that happen?
Got to check it twice, right?
No, at least.
Now the American record in the men's event also belongs to the University of Virginia from last February, and they'll be featured next when the men take to the pool, as you see the finish again for the Cavaliers.
Look at Alex Walsh. She is just so good. Head down, arms straight, dives into that wall, hits with her fingertips, and smiles before she even takes her first breath out of the water. You know that's fast swimming.
So just a blitzing start here in Greensboro on this Wednesday evening. First of 4 nights of finals here at the ACC Swimming and Diving Championships. Swimming first, diving will be later on this evening. And a fabulous start in our first race. An American record, the University of Virginia, no surprise, picking up that record and picking up the victory in the women's 200-yard free.
Well, if that's not a way to kick off a broadcast, I have no idea what is. That was just a lot of fun. And I'll tell you what, that gives these ladies a lot.
Well, we hit our point in the first race of the night.
Right.
So we have to maintain this crescendo and stay at the summit the rest of the way. Big challenge, but a lot of big swims still to come. It's Virginia on top in the 200-yard freestyle relay from Greensboro. We bring you back to Greensboro, night number 1 of our coverage of the 2023 ACC Swimming and Diving Championships. Just saw an American record in the women's 200-yard freestyle relay. Time for the men up next, and there are 7 ACC men's squads in the national rankings. Another robust showing for the ACC this season. Here's the current standings. NC State up top. Big lead over North Carolina, Notre Dame, and then Virginia Tech and Pitt closing out the top 5. And now 2 heats coming up here in the men's 200-yard freestyle relay. Virginia set the American record for the women a moment ago, and UVA also holds the men's record from just under a year ago at these championships. And they're presenting the awards here for the women and their 200-yard free relay before the men dive in. So Louisville, no surprise, second place here behind Virginia. a sprightly start here in the pool with this relay, and it really gives all of the teams an opportunity to gather around. It's more of a team-oriented approach than some of the individual races, and everyone focused on the pool at that moment. So to get in the top 3, get an award here, just jump-starts the whole competition.
Oh, it does. And I'll tell you what, everyone's going to go back and look at those medals and say, you know what, I kind of want one of those. Those are really pretty. So it really does get these teams motivated. You can see the coaches down there from these 3 teams just going crazy. College swimming is so much fun.
But now they have to put them in a waterproof backpack for the moment because there's a lot more swimming to do. And everybody you see here is going to be back in the pool shortly with more races to come. So as advertised, the men coming up next, and in the first of the 2 heats here in their final, just 3 teams, Boston College, Pitt, and Duke in lanes 3, 4, and 5, before 8 full teams in the second heat.
Now remember, all 11 of these teams are going for a time. It doesn't matter if you win in the first heat. If someone in this heat goes faster, they're going to get that gold medal.
Doesn't always happen. In fact, not likely, but it can happen when you're going for a specific time. If you're faster than anybody else that follows, you're the winner.
Yep.
Very, very democratic.
Very much so, yes.
Zach Samanya, the senior for Boston College, lane number 3. Toledo Sanchez of the Dominican Republic in lane 4 for Pitt. And Coleman Krejcik of Duke getting things started in lane number 5. Again, each swimmer swims 2 lengths of the pool. That's 50 yards. 8 lengths all together make up this freestyle relay event.
And something to keep your eye on, Steve, as these swimmers are coming in and we're getting ready for a relay exchange. Let me explain this to you. When the swimmer is coming in, the swimmer on the block can be over them, but their feet cannot leave the block before the swimmer's hand touches the wall. And they have got timing pads obviously on the wall, but also on the blocks to make sure that there really wasn't a false start. So you've got to be definitely on point. And these swimmers work on these exchanges all the time.
Pitt with the lead in the yellow cap, middle of the pool, but really now getting a challenge from Duke above them in lane number 5. So Pitt and Duke right now pretty much stride for stride here.
Make sure these starts are nice and clean, as they both were. Go under that water, and here's the thing. You just want to grit your teeth and just go. Let your body do what it has been taught to do all of these years and fly.
Charlie Clark swimming the anchor for Boston College. Radzewski for Pitt. Dave Halloran for the Duke Blue Devils. As they come home with Pitt pretty much leading wire to wire in lane number 4. They get the top time here, followed by Duke and then Boston College.
That was a well-swum race by all of those gentlemen. I always love having this event as one of the first events of the entire swim meet because it's so fast. It's such a team-oriented event, and it just really is fun to kick everything off with everyone swimming at 50.
Now you can hear the atmosphere, right?
It almost makes you want to jump in and swim, doesn't it?
I'll let you go first.
No, I don't think so, not anymore.
I'll stay on dry land for the moment, Amy.
I think I will as well. We'll be safe up here in this booth.
Is that because someone's celebrating a milestone birthday today?
Happy birthday, Steve.
Oh, nice try. You're not going to spin it around, but typically I wouldn't mention that. However, when it's a milestone that begins with a 5 and ends with a 0, you got to call it out. Happy B-Day.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm like 5 shades of red right now. Thank you, Steve.
North Carolina lane 1, Florida State in lane 2, the Hokies of Virginia Tech in lane 3, UVA in the middle, lane number 4, NC State lane 5, Louisville 6, Notre Dame 7, and Georgia Tech in lane 8 at the top of the pool.
Now, something interesting, as those swimmers were coming in, they're going so fast, there's a wall of water, and it can actually stop you if you don't go underneath it. Same off of this turn. That's why you're going to want to get down as far as you can underwater, streamline, dolphin kick, so it does not smack you in the face, and it will literally stop you.
Now North Carolina State in lane number 5, out to the lead, no surprise, top team this season in the ACC. Wolfpack trying to win in the first event of the evening on the men's side. But getting a challenge from the bottom of the pool there, also up top. Making the final transition. Niels Kristanji for North Carolina State in lane number 5. He has the responsibility of trying to finish it off. And it is North Carolina State with Kristanji out front, and the Wolfpack bring it home and get the win. UVA second, and right behind them, it's the Louisville Cardinals.
That was really a well-swum race. And I'll tell you what, the Wolfpack at NC State, they have had such a tradition of men's sprinting, and it's going to go all the way back to David Fox in the early and mid 90s. He ended up being an Olympian, and he broke an American record swimming for the Wolfpack. So they know how to get their sprinters to sprint fast.
All right, so a big early win for the men of North Carolina State, and the award ceremony is on the way when we bring you back to Greensboro. Time now for the awards with the men and the 200-yard freestyle relay, which just completed here at the Greensboro Aquatic Center. North Carolina State with the victory here, and the Wolfpack continuing their fine tradition. They've been the top team in the ACC all season long, and off to another flying start here at the conference championships. They were pushed. It wasn't a runaway, but the Wolfpack so experienced, so skilled, and just so strong, and pretty much set the pace the entire way.
They really did. And, you know, it came down really to the last two swimmers, and just on fire. And it really does show you how these teams are rested, if they are rested. You can see how high they are on the water, and it really was a lot of fun to watch this. And they are so talented, all these gentlemen.
Louisville getting third place here. A lot of talent, though, on this Louisville team. They're going to be featured in several races here this evening and over the course of the next 4 days.
And I got to talk to Coach Arthur, or Art, depending upon how you call him. He said that Jack Bowerly from University of Georgia calls him Art, the head coach for Louisville. And he said, you know, we're kind of a young team, and we're just kind of getting it started, but he really likes what he sees in his team. And, you know, he's really expecting some good things from these young swimmers as they come up through the ranks.
Virginia in second, but the winners now taking their place in the middle of the pack. The Wolfpack up on the podium, with North Carolina State the winners in 1:15.10 in their first race of the night.
This is so cool. I love watching this because you get to celebrate with your teammates. You don't get to do that often in swimming. So this is a lot of fun to be able to have these pictures forever. I still have mine. They were done back in the olden days on a rock tablet. It was fabulous. I
thought you might have gone through the drive-thru at the Photomat and picked them up there.
I totally did. Those were the best. Those were the best.
All right, the awards ceremony over. We'll step aside and then come back with the women's 500-yard freestyle. That is all the way here as we continue from the Greensboro Aquatic Center. Bringing you back to the Greensboro Aquatic Center in Greensboro, North Carolina. Just underway here. Our first evening from the ACC Swimming and Diving Championships. The relays in the rear view. And now here are the updated women's team standings. UNC on top. Virginia a close second right now. The Cavaliers winning the relay on the women's side a few moments ago. And then Louisville, North Carolina State, and Florida State with Virginia Tech just a point back. So pretty tight in the top 6 here right now on the women's side. We are underway from here in Greensboro. Steve Schlanger with the Olympic gold medalist Amy Van Dyken. And Amy, a lot of swimming over these next 4 days. But here on night number 1, what is your big headline?
My big headline is basically University of Virginia. Virginia, 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 because that's what we're going to be talking about. I talked to Coach Todd DeSorbo, and he was saying, listen, we don't really talk about times. We don't talk about winning. We talk about a point total. So he didn't give me that point total, but we'll ask him at the end if he reached that goal.
All right, now time for the women's 500-yard freestyle. This is the C final. Here are the lane assignments, 1 through 8, and how things will stack up in this event where Leah Smith has both the meet and the conference record. All of the other records that matter belong to someone named Katie Ledecky. Google if you have to, but she has a few records in this event and some from around the world as well. 500 yards, that's 20 lengths of this pool.
I don't mean to be a negative Nancy, but I do not see those records you were talking about by Katie Ledecky being broken at this swim meet.
Well,
perhaps
you're
ever.
Not very optimistic, Amy.
No, I apologize. Oh, see, I'm now old and crotchety. This is what happens.
That's what you get when you cross that crazy threshold known as 50.
Oh, Lord.
All right, so C final about to commence. All 8 lanes occupied here. Two freshmen in this field, 3 seniors, a sophomore and a junior.
I'm sorry, Steve.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say this race is very interesting because it is the shorter of the distance events. So these ladies are going to pace this just a little bit differently than they would, say, the mile. They're going to go out a little bit faster, try to, break those hundreds up, maybe even into 2 200s and then a 100 at the end sprint. Everyone's going to pace it differently, Steve. So we may see some late changes around here. We may not, but it's fun to watch this event for that.
And when you're pacing yourself, is it completely based on you, your form, and your time? Do you get a benchmark from the swimmers next to you? Is that kind of a yardstick helpful? Clearly, you want to maintain a pace, but you also have to stay within your own limits. So how do you play it all out in your mind?
So these are things that you want to work on in practice. You'll also do some pace work in warm-up, just to see how the different pacing feels. Something interesting that you'll see down at the end of the lane or at the end of the pool where they just turned, they've got some people with counters. They're counting the lengths that these swimmers have swum. You can also see them sometimes shaking them up and down, shaking them from side to side, kind of telling the swimmer where to go. Another nuance these swimmers have to have is their coaches. Their coaches are on the side of the pool, giving them hand signals, giving them whistles to let them know if they're on pace or to speed up. So these ladies have a lot to pay attention to right now.
And remember, this is the C final, still the B and then the A final to come. We'll see the top swimmers in this event coming up in the A final in just a little while. And when you have these distances like this, you do have time in the pool. Does your mind ever wander? Do you have to bring it back to the actual event, or do you use the time to kind of think about other things while maintaining your swimming pace, or is it all just laser focused on the swim itself?
What I have found, because I did not swim this event, it was very long, my mind would have wandered, but I've found that all these athletes have a different way of doing it. Some are singing a song. Some are talking about how chapped their lips are. Some are sitting there counting their strokes. So it all depends on the swimmer, and it is really interesting to talk to them after the race and ask them what they were thinking.
Hopefully they don't sing the song out loud. The water intake might not help, so singing it in the head, I get it. Right? That could definitely make a difference.
Exactly. Well, I'll tell you what, when I swam, I talked to myself underwater. And yes, sometimes the inhale was not as smart as the one would have thought.
You talked to yourself, what'd you say?
It was only 21 seconds, so, a lot. A lot. Like,
go faster, go faster.
Good. Exactly. There was one time at the Olympics where I took a breath and looked at the girl next to me. We looked at each other, and I put my head back in the water, and I was like, just go, beat her, go. So everyone thinks about different things while swimming.
You draw inspiration wherever you can.
Exactly.
Going over the 3-minute mark here. Again, 20 total lengths for these swimmers. Lanes 1 through 8 from the bottom to the top of your screen. And again, it's From lane 1, UNC up the screen to Louisville, Pitt, Miami, Notre Dame, Duke, Georgia Tech, and another swimmer from Notre Dame.
So, Steve, as they're heading down here to where they've got these numbers, see all these little number thingers right here, all those people doing that. So what that is they're telling them how many lengths of the pool they have gone. They are not allowed to flip it over until they are exactly at that length. The officials will tell them, no, they're not on 15, they're on 17. You need to change it now. But they're also shaking them and waving them, and we'll see as they come around this next time. And they're going to be shaking them, telling them, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. So these are the things that now right there, it's showing them that they're done. That's the last thing you see. Look at that, shaking, shaking, shaking right there.
It means it's go time here. Coming to the end of this C final for the women's 500-yard freestyle.
And here we go. It is a race down to the finish. How exciting.
And it looks like it's going to be Pitt there in lane number 3. And it is. That's Jacqueline Tinney, the senior from Pitt, who just does get the top time here.
Oh, and look at that. I love the smiles, and I love the sportsmanship as well, going over and congratulating everybody, because that was a well-fought race there at the end. So congratulations to everybody.
So Pitt, Louisville, and Duke, top 3 here in the women's C final, with the B final up next in this 500-yard freestyle. And here are the participants. Brooke Travis will be in lane number 1 there at the bottom of the pool, and all the way up to Adriana Serra, the junior from Miami, in lane 8 at the top. One freshman in this field, Sophia Knapp from Virginia, right in the middle, lane number 4.
Something else that you should maybe keep an eye on, if you will, if you are thinking about things to watch. When they start, those swimmers, you will see a flash of light come up from underneath their starting block. What that is it's telling if there are any deaf athletes out there. That's how the deaf athletes know to go. But a lot of the hearing athletes have learned to use that as well, because they say that the light goes off just a few thousandths of a second before you hear it. So if you can learn how to do that, you can actually get a better start. My starts were so terrible, nothing would help. A flash of light, someone pushing me, anything, nothing would have helped.
Well, the starts are so critical, and obviously you work on them, you practice them. Why is it that some athletes just never seem to get it right?
Well, coming from one that never got it right, I can tell you. You work on it and you work on it, you work on it. But the thing is that I'm 6 feet tall, I am very uncoordinated, and I cannot jump. And that's all the start is jumping. So athletes will work on broad jumps a lot. These athletes will work on jumping up onto, like you'll see in CrossFit, onto boxes. The reason they're doing that is for the start. We used to, at Colorado State, have someone in the weight room, and we would jump up onto a block, but they would do the take your mark and then go, and we would have to have the reaction time. Reaction time is also one of those things that you need to practice, not just swimming in between the walls, but things that happen on the walls and in the walls.
So you just never got that start dialed in, huh?
Never. And now my niece is swimming. She's 13 years old, and she doesn't even do a turn, because mine was so terrible. And her start, it's pathetic. And who am I to say anything about it?
And she clearly can't come to you for help, so she says thanks for nothing, right?
Well, exactly, yeah. And then she goes to her mom, and her mom's like, but you're just the best. I think that's what happened to me. My mom told me I was the best at starting, and I never got better.
And there again you see the number of lengths that have been already completed. And it's always interesting, as you pointed out, the shaking to get the attention of the athlete, because you can't just assume that they're always watching. Sometimes they're looking side to side, and sometimes it's probably easy to forget, I would think.
Well, yeah, and you're probably sometimes not breathing towards the side of where the other athlete is coming up on you. So if you look also when they're putting in their little counters right now that we're looking at, you can see them sometimes holding them over to the right side or to the left side, kind of indicating this person on the right side of you is catching up. Let's move it. So you want to have someone that's really a good teammate, obviously, which everybody is, but that knows you very well and how you pace your event so that they know how to kind of tell you what to do.
Now lane number 5 right now with Yara Hirov, the junior from NC State, is the fast one at the moment, but otherwise pretty even. Right behind her. Right in the middle of the pool, lanes 3, 4, 5, even 6 getting in the mix here. A final coming up next.
I love watching these strokes right here. These top 4 women that we were just watching, their strokes are absolutely gorgeous. They're very, very different, but they all have those high elbows. Some have high hands, and they're all gliding out very nicely to catch that water, because that's basically what swimming is. You grab the water and you pull yourself over it. A lot of people don't, think of it that way. That's how I thought of it. They're doing a great job.
Down to the final quarter of the race.
Here's where we're going to start to see a lot of separation, I believe, because a lot of these swimmers are going to use the last half of the race to really speed it up, and that is exactly what we are seeing right now as we head off to the bell lap.
Hirov, the junior from North Carolina State, still holding the lead here, trying to extend it. One more turn to go.
Does she have enough to bring it home? Steve, this is exciting.
And it's just the B final. We have the A to come.
I love this stuff.
And she is indeed going to be able to hang on. In lane number 3, Kay Foley tried to make a late charge, her teammate from North Carolina State. So the 2 teammates finish 1-2.
Oh, and just a big, huge breath of relief. She looks so happy, so I'm hoping that that was a time that she's been wanting to get. Great race.
And there you see the top times here from this B final, with Hirov and Foley, the 2 Wolfpack swimmers, occupying the top 2 places in the standings here, and Pruitt from Notre Dame down in 3rd.
Oh, look at that, just exhausted. I love watching that.
So again, as the A final is coming up, a reminder of the meet and conference records, both belonging to Leah Smith in back-to-back years, 2016 and 2017. And for the first time tonight, we see the parade of athletes coming out onto the pool deck. First A final in an individual event. 3 freshmen and 3 swimmers from UVA set to take to the water here, and Virginia coming off a relay win in our first race of the night, so the Cavaliers trying to keep the momentum going.
There's some good names, there's good names in every single race here that we're talking about, Steve, but we have got some names in here. Lane 3, we've got Maddie Donahue from UVA. She is spectacular. And then down in lane 5, also from UVA, we've got Ella Nelson. And look at that. Those 3 right there in the center of the pool are going to be the ones to watch. And look at that. We've got 2 seniors flanking a freshman. If you do not think that the nerves are going on right now, you are absolutely crazy. And here we go, the swimmer splash. I ask people, why do we do this? I don't know. I think it's a nerve thing.
You never did it?
I did it, but I don't know why I did it.
You just did it because everyone else did it.
Exactly.
Such a follower.
I really am.
The A final in the women's 500-yard freestyle. Amy, that freshman you talk about in lane number 4, and that is Dennis Ertan from Georgia Tech. She's actually from Turkey, hails from the capital, swam at the Olympic Games in Tokyo. So she may be a freshman, but she does have significant international experience.
She does, and she's a wonderful swimmer to watch. She's got kind of a Katie Ledecky type stroke. if you go ahead and look at her, and we're talking about her right here, if you watch her, she has got very high hands. She's got a very fast turnover, but if you look behind her, she's got that motorboat going that Katie Ledecky does not have. Motorboat meaning those legs, that white water that you can see behind her. You don't see that in a lot of distance swimmers until we come into the end of the race, but she's got it going right now.
And you see the moderate start here, not going full gas in a race that's 20 lengths of the pool. And next to Erton in lane number 4, as you mentioned, Maddie Donahoe in lane 3, the senior from Virginia. And she is a native of the Commonwealth, a 4-time All-American. And then up in lane number 6, don't forget about Virginia Tech's Emma Atkinson, the junior, who is also a 4-time All-American and a native of Pennsylvania.
Now these are these races, Steve, where you've got to pay attention to the outside lanes. We can have what we call an outside smoker, meaning that in the morning swim, someone was holding back a little bit, and so they got one of the end lanes, and you can see them take off. And it's almost like we forget about watching them, but when you're watching swimming, you need to watch the whole pool, not just the middle.
How often would you say that happens?
I would say in a meet like this, in a championship meet, almost every single event, we can almost see that.
Really?
Yeah, it's very common. It's more common in these longer events than it is for the 50 or the 100.
And typically, you always keep an eye on the middle of the pool, lanes 4, lanes 5. That's where the top challengers always figure to be top times from the prelims, but it makes sense, though.
Yeah.
Get out on the edges where not as many people pay attention or consider you a danger.
Yep, exactly. And you can see right there how it looks a little bit more bunched up, but then we've got the 2 leaders. We've got Dennis from Georgia Tech, and we've got Maddie Donahoe from Virginia, and they are just right on it. I want to point something out here. Dennis, right there in that gold cap, is actually riding on the lane line of Donahoe, which is interesting. What she's doing right there is trying to get it so that Donahoe is the one who is pulling her along. She's using Donahoe's wake to kind of ride it, almost like you see like a wake rider. That's what she's doing right there. So she's saving energy. This is a smart move, if you want my opinion. Donahoe needs to move over to the other side of the lane if she sees that, as she just did. You don't want anyone using your energy, riding your wake. Get off my wake.
Well, right now it's lanes 4 and 5 that are doing battle. As we mentioned, Dennis Erton in the yellow cap, the freshman from Georgia Tech, and right above her on the screen, the senior from Virginia, Ella Nelson, in lane number 5. So a freshman against a senior, almost stroke for stroke here. It's been the native of Turkey, Erton, who's been slightly ahead, but not much separating those two.
Erton does have a slight lead. Now, she is a shorter swimmer, so coming off of these walls, she's not going to get as much oomph as you would, like, let's say with Maddie Donahoe, because Maddie is a taller swimmer. So watch it right here as we turn, and you're going to see that Maddie Donahoe, who is right here, is going to get a little bit further ahead of Dennis, who's right there.
Boy, they are close at the turn, and now it's actually Ella Nelson in lane number 5 who's pulled ahead of Erton. So the senior just biding her time as the bell sounds here. 2 more lengths of the pool to go. So Dennis Erton, the freshman from Georgia Tech, in the yellow cap in lane number 4, leading most of the way, now having to come from behind for the first time.
Oh, look at this. It is all Erton and Nelson. Look at that, that turn was it. That turn was the race. That is what got Erton.
And here she comes, Erton making the move. Nelson just ahead of her, and it is going to be Erton.
It's a tie. It's a tie.
Tied with Nelson. Exact same time. Dennis Erton, Ella Nelson, the freshman, the senior. The exact same mark here to tie for the win in the A final.
Oh my gosh, let's look at the second to last turn where the lead changed. Look at this right here. You got to get your heels to your bottom. You've got to push off on your back and roll over. And that is how Nelson got ahead. Watch this finish. This is a tie. Does it look like a tie? It totally does, doesn't it? Oh my gosh, that's exciting. And there are those two ladies, well fought.
I mean, Amy, you know it as well as anyone, what it takes to get a tie. I mean, 20 lengths of the pool, several minutes in the water, and then you reach out, you touch the tips of your fingers.
Right.
And it's incredible that it's the exact same time.
Isn't that nuts? I mean, we just swam almost 4.5 minutes, just over 4.5 minutes, and it was a tie. You can't make this up. This is ACC swimming at its best, ladies and gentlemen, and you are here for it today.
And how about the 3 swimmers from Virginia in this field in spots tied for first, third, and fourth. So Ertan led most of the way, but it wasn't a huge lead. Nelson was just drafting off her, staying well within closing distance, which she did there late, took the lead briefly. But boy, how about the freshman though? Not fading, coming back to get the tie for the win.
That was awesome. And you know, you were talking about her Olympic experience before, and I think that really played into this because a lot of other freshmen, they may have crumbled at that and been like, oh my goodness, you know, there's Ella Nelson right next to me, a senior. She should win. But I'm glad that Dennis went into that not having the thought of who should win. That's why we race, right?
That's good stuff.
That was awesome.
So some exciting racing to springboard into these championships. And we will talk with both of our winners here. Typically, it's just a single athlete we talk to, but now we're going to get a pair. As Dennis Ertan, the freshman from Georgia Tech, and the senior from UVA, Ella Nelson, tying for the win and set to join us here from the pool deck. And well, we welcome you. Thanks for joining us here. Catch your breath for a moment. And Ella, I'll start with you. You were trailing most of the way, not by much. What was your strategy throughout this event?
Kind of a new race for me, but I did have a strategy in mind. Wanted to try to do the last 50s best ever, just Blair would say. But, you know, just was having fun racing her out there, so.
Now, Dennis, you are a freshman racing a senior. You just tied. How is that for your first ACCs?
I'm so proud of myself and my team. This success is not just me. There's a behind a huge group, my teammates, my coaches, and I'm so thankful for that.
Dennis, Ella, congratulations and enjoy the moment.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, the men's 500-yard freestyle is on the way, and of course that will feature Ross Dant, the defending champion, the senior from North Carolina State. On this top-ranked Wolfpack squad, we'll see him in the water in the men's 500-yard freestyle next. Here in Greensboro, third largest city in North Carolina behind Charlotte and Raleigh, the Piedmont Triad area. And now we roll along into the men's 500-yard freestyle. The C final is up next, and here are the lane assignments and the various athletes from these ACC schools set to go. And 2 from every class, 2 freshmen, 2 sophomores, 2 juniors, and 2 seniors featured here. Again, 20 lengths of the pool. 3 races coming up. C, B, and A final. Matt McLean has the meet record in this event of 4:10. That was set over a decade ago, way back in 2009. The other records more recent, conference record from 2018, and then Kieran Smith has the American and NCAA records from 3 years ago.
Kieran Smith, such a talented swimmer from years of lore in 2020. Now these guys are going to have a little bit different strokes than the ladies, right? Because they can pull that water over there, like they can pull themselves over the water a little bit faster. I love watching this because you can actually see them if you watch right there. You can watch them gliding out in front and going over what we used to call like a wine barrel, right? So your arm enters the water, and you want to kind of have it plane out a little bit and then dip down and go over that wine barrel, and that's what it is. Basically, every time these swimmers are taking a stroke, it's the same amount of torque that a pitcher uses for a single fastball.
Well, you sound like someone who knows her way around a vineyard, too.
Maybe I do.
All those wine barrels, huh?
Maybe yes, I've had a few wine barrels.
But it's a good visual, too, and an example for swimmers to take note of, right? Instead of explaining just in terminology, you give them something to paint a picture in your head.
Exactly, and my coaches felt it was best for me to picture a wine barrel, which worked. We ended up doing okay.
Have you ever heard of some other crazy metaphors or examples being used?
You know, I'm trying to think about that. I don't know if I have. I'm going to have to think about that tonight.
You get back to me on that.
Thank you, I will.
David Peary, the junior from Florida State, right now is the leader here in the C final. He's way up near the top of the screen in lane number 7. Again, the lanes go from 1 through 8, bottom to the top of the screen here. But again, the pacing still very casual. It'll pick up as we go through this race.
They're really bunched up right now, which is kind of fun because you think about the race that we just saw with the women on the women's side with a tie in this event. Could we have a tie in the men's event? I don't know. I think that it's slim to none, but when they're all bunched up like this, I mean, it could happen. Something interesting as well, you know, you were talking about David Query up there in lane 7. He's right there. No one's paying attention to him at all. He's just swimming his own race, and then what's going to happen is they're going to get to the final turn and see that he's out there, and then it's going to be too late. But he's swimming a great race right now.
Now, is that something where a swimmer says, I'm just going to go out a little harder than everybody else. I'm going to try to get a margin and hang on to it versus conserving energy for later?
So, yeah, both of those, yes, can happen. What also could also be happening right now with, you know, having an outside smoker, if you will, is that they didn't push it as hard this morning in the preliminary swim, and a lot of athletes will do that. It's a game that you can play. It's a dangerous game if you're, you know, below 8, obviously, because you didn't make it in the final heat. But a lot of top swimmers will do that. They play around in prelims, and they end up in lane 7 and lane 8.
The outside smoker in the wine barrel. You are a hoot at parties, I am sure, Amy. I mean, and we're just getting started. I can't wait to hear more.
I don't want to tell you about how I play Monopoly. Let's just end it there.
Well, there has been a change here as now it's lane number 4 taking over the lead here. Eli Shoyat, the sophomore from Louisville. 2 Louisville swimmers side by side there in lanes 4 and 5 with Tommy Breed, the freshman, in lane number 5 just above him. He's in a white hat, and now you hear the bell just a moment ago. Making the final turn coming up shortly here in the C final.
And Bobby Fink, who is a gold medalist, showed all of the distance swimmers to do this. The last 50 just sprinted out, and look at what is happening right now. We have got lane 8 is coming up there right now. We've got Keith Myberg. Oh, no.
Well,
didn't smoke enough.
Yeah, in the end, it is going to be lane number 4, Louisville. And Shoyat here in the C final gets the top time.
Nice swim for him. Great job.
And Jack Wright in lane number 2, the senior from UVA, second best there. So went from having somebody near the top of the pool to someone at the very bottom there.
Right.
Getting into second place. And now the start list for the B final coming up. Saw the C final just a moment ago and the results from that race. Now here is the B final consolation race in the 500-yard free. The 2 swimmers from Virginia Tech there in lanes 2 and 3, Louisville 5 and 6, and then single swimmers from the other school set to go here. 5 sophomores right in the middle of the pool from lanes 2 through 6 here. What do you think that you learned the most from freshman to sophomore, junior, senior years? You've been swimming all your life. You know the ins and the outs, the X's and the O's, but when you get to college swimming like this, what is the difference between the younger student athletes and the older ones?
Oh, the older ones are so much more experienced. They've been to all the invitationals, they've been to all the conference meets, and maybe they've been to NCAAs or a nationals. And so, they have a lot more experience under their belt. Whereas when you're a freshman, obviously, you're younger, and I don't care if you're an Olympian as a freshman, you still don't have all of that experience.
And how does it manifest itself in the pool?
We're watching it right here, right? So we've got some of the swimmers who are kind of holding back a little bit, some of the swimmers who are taking it out faster. It's how to control your nerves, because this is a nerve-wracking event. You can see all the swimmers behind the lanes, jumping around, slapping, and to get themselves ready. This is a big deal. And when you're older, you learn to harness that up and use it in the pool, but not use it in the first 50. Let's use it in the last 100.
I would think when you have those nerves too, the tendency is to maybe go a little quicker than you would like, and also your breathing isn't as regulated, right?
Exactly, and you can do what they call slipping. So I was talking about when your hand goes in, you go over the wine barrel. That's grabbing and catching the water. When you're spinning your wheels, when you're going too fast, you're not grabbing onto that. So your elbow is actually dropping down below your hand, and there's no water to grab there. So that's what they call slipping, spinning your wheels, and a lot of times freshmen, sophomores without that experience can do that in the first 50 of this race.
Lane number 3, off to a promising start here. That is Luis Dominguez, the sophomore from Virginia Tech, but still early. And nobody really falling off the pace. Lane number 4, making a subtle move here. Mert Kilovats, the sophomore from Georgia Tech in the yellow cap. A final coming up next, featuring the defending champion Ross Dant, the senior from North Carolina State. 4 North Carolina State Wolfpack swimmers in that A final to come. Now lanes 3, 4, and 1 now getting in the mix here with Patrick Hussey.
Outside smoker. But again, you've got to control yourself. Come off that wall really nice. Some of the things that I would like to see some of these gentlemen do, and let's watch as they come into this turn here. When they turn, there are some of them that are turning over onto their stomachs before pushing off on their backs. You should really push off on your back and then roll over onto your stomach and start swimming. It's a faster way to do it.
Why is it faster?
I don't know, my coach told me that. No, because when you go over, you're automatically in that position, right? So you're automatically on your back. If you just push off and roll over onto your stomach while you're streamlining, it's a lot better than if you're on the wall, you flip over, then you turn onto your stomach, then you push off.
I think what I'm going to come away with from this tonight, I'll wake up tomorrow thinking, all right, roll over on your stomach, outside smoking the wine barrel.
Correct, correct. And then everyone you're around after this will be like, who have you been hanging out with? Troublesome individual.
Indeed. There's the bell. 2 lengths of the pool up to go. Lane number 3 right now has the advantage. Dominguez, the sophomore from Virginia Tech, the Hokie in the dark cap. He's been leading most of the way. Other challengers have kind of come and gone, and now it's looking like he might pull away.
Got that Katie Ledecky loping stroke where it almost looks like it's like a dun. It's a great stroke. Nice job. And he did. He led from the very beginning, and that was a great way to pace that event.
So he gets the top time. Murlo Sartori, 2 lanes removed in lane number 5. The sophomore from Louisville gets the second best time, but it's the Hokie on top here in the consolation final. Time of 4:15.
Let's watch the end of this race because it was so good. And just watch. You see how he just keeps his head down. He doesn't look up, doesn't breathe. He just looks right at that black line and then hits that wall with his fingertips, which makes it so fast, as you can see right there from the results.
Leading most of the way and wins over Sartori of Louisville, North Carolina, Georgia Tech, and Pitt, rounding out the top 5 with the parade of swimmers coming out for the A final in this men's 500-yard freestyle. Some marquee names here 5 juniors in this field, 3 seniors, and 4 swimmers from this very robust North Carolina State Wolfpack squad, including the defending champion Ross Damp, the senior, who will be in lane number 7. There are all 8 swimmers. Wolfpack have a great shot, but some good individual stories here, including James Plague, national champion in high school, junior national champion. Jack Hoagland in lane number 5, the senior from Notre Dame, an ACC MVP from 2 years ago.
There's a lot of talent in this pool of swimmers right here, if you will. No pun intended. This is going to be an awesome race.
Matt McLean with the meet record from way back in 2009, and Anton Ibsen from just 5 years ago, the conference record of 4:09:13. And in lane number 5, Jack Hoagland, the senior from Notre Dame, one of 3 seniors in this field.
Oh, I loved that from Jack Hoagland. He stayed under the water on that start so long, and I love that. A lot of times with these distance swimmers, we don't get to see that as much. He really had a nice start.
Why don't they do that? It seems like it would be something that is natural and that you're ready to do right from the start.
Sure, but they don't really, distance swimmers don't work on their starts as often as a sprinter would. So, you know, they don't get that daily practice. They're in the pool grinding away every single practice, so they don't get to do that. Typically at swim meets is when they get to do that, and it's hard to do that. It's hard to do things if you don't practice them right.
It's interesting when you get to this elite level in a race like this that requires some distance swimming. Some swimmers have said, I want to go out front. I want to be leading. It doesn't have to be a big lead, but I just feel more comfortable out front. Others say, that's okay. I'll concede the lead early as long as I know I'm close. I just want to be in the neighborhood. Everybody has their own style.
Yeah, they do, and it is so fun to talk to these athletes after these races to get those little nuances that they're thinking about, feeling, and you know, what is going on inside their brains.
Jack Hoagland, the senior from Notre Dame, in lane number 5, a native of Albuquerque, New Mexico, with a slight lead here. 2021 ACC champion in this event, an All-American in multiple events. But boy, it's really bunched up. A lot of athletes near the front here. That includes lane number 2, and that is Jordan Yanchev, the junior from Florida State.
And he's just kind of out there on his own, whereas you can see, you know, the middle of the pool, lanes 3, 4, 5, they're all bunched up together, but there we go, lane 2 just out on his own, having his own day. It's great, he gets some clear water, whereas the guys in the middle of the pool, they've got to deal with all the chop from the other swimmers.
When you're doing 20 lengths like this, if you're trying to pace yourself and it comes down to it late and you got to hit the gas, how long do you think a swimmer like this can sustain their max output? Like if you feel you're falling behind and you've got to go from distance and early and you don't really want to, how far out can you really go and still make it?
You know, it depends on the athlete. You talk about a Katie Ledecky, she sprints it from the very beginning, right? Talk about a Bobby Fink, he doesn't sprint until the very last 100. So, you know, it really is the training of these athletes, the talent level of these athletes, and they know and their coaches know exactly when to gas it up. As you can see, a lot of these coaches and teammates on the side telling them to go, go, hurry, hurry, and the coaches are giving them hand signals, as I said before, because they know you need to go now if you want to win this.
Lanes 2, 4, and 6 right now at the front of this race. Jordan Yanchev in lane 2, the junior from Florida State. James Plage, the junior from North Carolina State. And Badaral Unlu, the junior from Georgia Tech, in lane 6. He's got that yellow cap on near the top of the screen.
We're starting to see a little bit of gameplay here, different pacing from these different athletes. And a lot of these guys are starting to kick it into gear right now. I mean, look at what we've got right in our face. He's sprinting away, and it looks awesome.
Well, lanes 2, 4, and 6, almost stroke for stroke here. And also lane number 3 with Will Gallant also coming up to make a challenge, but it's Yanchev in lane 2, Plage in lane 4, Unlu in lane number 6 here with the bell, 2 lengths to go.
And this is it, Steve, everything you've got. This is for your team, this is for points, this is for pride. Let's go, you gotta kick it into gear now.
Final turn. And now in lane number 4, Plage trying to pull away, but here comes lane number 2. Here comes Yanchev up the pool in lane 6. And at the finish, it is going to be Plage in lane number 4 from North Carolina State, the junior who gets the win in the men's 500-yard free.
Yes, get on that lane line, my friend. You get up there, James, and you show them, yes, you won. Point to yourself, that was you. And I love to see the team so proud of everybody doing cheers. What a way to start off the ACC championships for him.
Well, North Carolina State had 4 athletes in this race, but it was Plage, the only one in the top 3 there, and it was up to him to get the win.
Watch this, just keep your head down, dive onto your side, touch with your fingertips. That's what he did. Look at that! Jumping in the air and slapping the water. You deserve that, James. Do that all the time. That was perfection, and throwing a pumper over there to his teammates.
Boy, Yanchev gave him a run there late, though. Also, Unlu of Georgia Tech in it all the way. Really never let up. Won the 200 free here in the ACC championships as a freshman a couple of years ago. The native of Turkey and the yellow jacket, making it close, and all 3 there in those first 3 spots. We're near the front of the race almost the entire way. Overall 4 minutes and 20 lengths of the pool. Nobody ever got serious separation there, but you just saw the strength of Plage and that end speed late to get the win. And joined now by the winner, James. Congratulations.
Thank you.
We'll let you catch your breath for a moment. What made the difference in this race for you?
This morning I just tried to take it nice and smooth, get a feel for this meet. It's always stressful being here, but tonight I just kind of built the legs into the last 250 and executed, I think, how I wanted to.
James, we were talking up here about what do swimmers in a 500 think about. I swam the 50 and the 100, so I have no idea. What were you thinking about during that race? Do you think about a stroke count or a song?
I kind of just have music stuck in my head, and I think about my race plan. I had Kryptonite by 3 Doors Down in my head, which is a pretty good song. So.
Which 3 Doors Down song were you listening to, or were you thinking about?
Kryptonite.
Good call.
Yeah.
Congratulations, well done.
Thank you so much.
So James Plage gets the win on the men's side. The women's 200-yard IM on the way, and one of the stars of this event will be featured in the pool, Katie Douglas, when we continue. Here are the current women's team standings at the ACC Swimming and Diving Championships. A UVA out front, and then a close battle between second and third, NC State and Louisville. North Carolina just a few points removed, and then Virginia Tech in fifth with 208. We move along to the women's 200-yard IM, and the C final is up first. Katie Douglas, who we will see in the A final, set the meet record earlier today. Also the pool record here at the Greensboro Aquatic Center. So like her chances when we get to the A final, but a lot of good swimmers to see between now and then. C final first. 4 sophomores comprising half the field here. Just 2 seniors, one from Miami and one from UNC. Amy Draglin is the North Carolina senior in lane number 4. And Miami's Zori Mason in lane 6, also a senior.
Now this event, we are going to see some lead changes as we change the stroke. So we're going to start off with butterfly. So obviously if you're a butterfly, or you're going to use this to your advantage. Next is backstroke, then breaststroke, and then freestyle. And the different pacings of this really are none. You really want to treat each stroke as its own 50. So they're going to come off of here, off the butterfly, and go right into the backstroke.
Two legs of the pool on each stroke here in this 200-yard IM.
We've got Anna Metzler up there in, pardon me, Maddie Hall in lane 8. I apologize, Maddie. She just took off on that backstroke. Here's the thing, Steve. Breaststroke is considered one of the slower strokes. You're going to go from that into freestyle, which is the fastest stroke. You want to be ahead after the breaststroke into the freestyle. Think about it. You're swimming freestyle while other people are swimming breaststroke, so your lead expands exponentially just because of that. We're going to see that right here.
There is the turn. And it is into the freestyle now. And it's up at the top of the pool in lane number 7, where Edith Jernstedt, the sophomore from Florida State, has the lead. Making her final turn here. And then down in lane number 1, and that's second place at the moment, Elizabeth Sowards of North Carolina. So the edges of the pool, the brackets representing the top times here in this C final.
That was all sorts of outside smoking from each side. That was really cool. You'd love to see that. Nice job, Edith. She was not ahead after the butterfly, but after the backstroke is where she really gained her lead.
So a win for the Seminoles here, and you see the yellow B next to some of those names. That means they qualify for the B races at the NCAA championships with those times.
So the A qualifiers get to automatically swim, and the B, they start taking them one after another, so you hope you swim fast enough to go.
And now the B final here in this women's 200-yard IM. First freshmen's of the evening here in this event. Didn't see any in the C final. We have 2 freshmen coming up here. Zoe Skirble in lane number 2 for Virginia, and her teammate, fellow freshman Amy Canny in lane number 4. When you think about your preferred strokes or the ones you're just better or worse at, and clearly you don't get to decide what you do first and what you do last, when you have a weaker stroke that maybe comes early or in the middle, how do you manage? How do you pace yourself?
You just hang on and you just concentrate what's going on in your own 2 lane lines. That's really the only thing you can do. You've practiced it enough. You can't worry about what everybody else is doing. So just do your best, and you've got 2 other strokes, if it is the backstroke, to make it up with. But right now we are seeing a spectacular race. Watch this turn. These turns are so hard to get right, and they're holding their breath forever. Unbelievable.
Now lane number 3 right now, Kristen Hewlett, the junior from Louisville. Out front, but getting a race from Amy Canny, the freshman from Virginia in lane number 4. And at the top of the pool, they're also trying to inch out front. And we have several swimmers with a chance here. Canny maybe slightly edging ahead in lane number 4. And it looks like she's going to get the top time here.
Here we go into that freestyle, and that's what I was talking about. If you are ahead on the breaststroke, your lead is exponentially greater than it could have been if it was freestyle to freestyle. We have got a race coming down to the last 25, Steve.
Now Canny, top swimmer, best time at that final stroke. And when she made the turn, got onto the freestyle, she opened up the lead, and she's going to bring it home to get the best time overall in this race. The freshman from UVA.
You know, she swam a great race. She's got a spectacular first name. But we're going to need to talk to Todd DeSorbo, her head coach, because that finish lacked a little bit of oomph. She needs to, instead of having an arm go up and over and hang out there, dive into that wall on those fingertips.
All right, so everyone with a yellow B making the B time for the NCAA championships as the athletes from the A final now make their move out onto the pool deck.
Oh, this is such a nerve-wracking thing when they march you out like that with the music, everyone's staring at you, and then you've got all your clothes on. I was always worried that I wasn't going to get my clothes off before the race started. I was always nervous, so this is so nerve-wracking.
All right, that meet record, as I mentioned before, came earlier today. Katie Douglas, and she's just phenomenal. The senior from Virginia, 21 years of age, from New York City. She will be in lane number 4. She basically swam about 5 seconds faster than everyone else today. If it was football, that's 4 touchdowns better than everybody. That's how dominant she was earlier, and figures to be here in this race tonight as well.
I love seeing those Olympic rings on her wrist. It's kind of like a rite of passage. We started that in the 90s, and then everyone's kind of made it a tradition, and I love that she's obviously an Olympian, someone to watch for. But let's not count out the rest of the field. Yes, we have got Kate Douglas in this heat. However, on any given day, anyone can win any race. And that's why we swim.
A final, women's 200-yard IM. How do you like to be the swimmer in the lane next to Katie Douglas? In lane number 3, Kennedy Noble, the only freshman in this field from North Carolina State.
Yeah, she's got to be a little bit nervous swimming against a senior, swimming against an Olympian. But, you know, my coach always told me, swim against the swimmer, not the name. Swim within your own lane lines. And that's what she's doing right now. And she's doing a great job staying up there with Kate Douglas. Kate Douglas, by the way, as we are on the backstroke, known for being an exceptional backstroker, as you can see her right there. She's pretending like her spinal cord is the axis that she's rotating around, just doing a really nice job of that. Look, she looks so nice and easy and relaxed, but you know she's just cranking it.
She's in the black cap, middle of the pool, lane number 4.
Right there.
Adding to her margin here. Onto the breaststroke.
Her breaststroke again is gorgeous. I mean, all of her strokes are great. Look at how she kind of gets up and out on that recovery. She goes out and gets around what we call the corner and then squeezes in to get that recovery. Just spectacular, keeping her legs nice and tight within that. You don't want your legs to go too wide. You don't want them to go too narrow. And she has got it perfect as she heads here into the freestyle. And you can really see how her lead is going to just expound on itself right here.
Meanwhile, it's lanes 2 and 5 in the battle for second place. Sally Foley in lane 2, the native of Philadelphia from Duke, and in lane 5, Abby Hay, the senior from Louisville. But out front, no doubt, it is Kate Douglas, the senior from Virginia. You want some of this smoke? Just flat out dominant to get the win. And then in lane number 2, it is Sally Foley into second place.
And Kate Douglas also just broke her meet record from this morning. That was amazing because I know she is not rested. I know she is exhausted. I was talking to her coach earlier. She is going to have an amazing NCAAs if that is how she is swimming right now. Exceptional. Watch this breaststroke. Here's Kate Douglas, obviously in the lead, right? So there she is, and look at here. She starts on the freestyle. Everyone's still swimming breaststroke. La, la, la. She is just getting that lead to just go so much further. And the congratulations is just awesome. I really do. The sportsmanship in college sports is just amazing, and I love it.
Barely looked like she broke a sweat, so to speak. So Douglas ahead of Foley and Abby Harder of Virginia in the top 3. Foley, an 8-time All-American before arriving at Duke, a swimmer with a lot of promise, but no one within range of Douglas, who breaks her own meet record that was set earlier today. So twice in the same day, Douglas sets a new high water mark for everybody else to chase.
She has had a great day today. That was really amazing to be able to break that record from this morning. And just knowing how tired she is in the water. I mean, you can see it. You can see how low she is in the water. She's got a lot left to come this season.
The award and podium ceremony to come for this race.
There's always so many people down there, right? You kind of wonder what's going on, but it's kind of like controlled chaos, if you will. They're grabbing all the swimmers that need to get up there because everyone wants to go warm down.
We'll grab a word with the winner here. Katie, congratulations. Tremendous performance once again. A meet record earlier today, now just moments ago. How'd you do it?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm really happy with that race. Tonight definitely hurt more than this morning, but yeah, best time, you know. I'm really happy with that.
Kate, to go a best time right now when I know that you are not rested, you are not shaved, how do you think that bodes for NCAAs in a few weeks?
Yeah, I mean, I think that shows that, you know, NCAAs could be really great, and I'm really excited to see what I can do there.
Well done. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So a demonstrative win for Katie Douglas, and the men back in the pool with their 200-yard individual medley after this in Greensboro. The men's 200-yard IM with the C final up first here. And Notre Dame, the only school with more than one athlete swimming here in this C final, a freshman and a senior. In lanes 1 and 2, Dylan Edge and Thatcher Skinnell, the freshman and senior respectively, in lanes 1 and 2 to get things started. Only one other senior and one other freshman in this field here for the C final. After quite an impressive performance by Katie Douglas a moment ago to win the A final on the women's side.
Now, Steve, you see a lot of these athletes smacking themselves, and you wonder what that is. Yes, it is a nervous tick, but there is a reason for that, and it's kind of to get your neuromuscular system working, if you will. Just smacking yourself around. It's kind of like weightlifters taking an ammonia stick and sniffing it.
Meanwhile, I get smacked around for different reasons.
I'm just sniffing.
Nothing about getting the muscles firing.
Well, that's okay. I'm actually sniffing ammonia sticks up here. So, and you don't want to smack another guy, as you know, that's not good.
Picked the wrong day to stop sniffing that. All right, so set to roll. C final, men's 200-yard IM. What sticks out to you about how the men approach this event compared to the women we saw earlier?
You know, they're going to approach it exactly the same way. It's just they're going to swim it a little bit faster because they're men. And so that's the way it goes. But the same exact thing here. You want to get, you know, use your best strokes. You want to build up each stroke or sprint each stroke. And they're going to do it exactly the same way that the women did. And what's fun about this is that a lot of these guys are training with the women that we just saw race. So they've got, you know, I guess a vested interest in each other, which is really a lot of fun.
That's one of the great things about the NCAA level, the ability to train together, push each other, elevate one another. You're not off isolated training in some pool by yourself or maybe just with a coach. Lanes 4 and 5 here right now with the advantage. Noah Ruckberg in lane 4, the junior from UNC, and Flynn Kriske in lane 5, the senior from Pitt.
You can hear all the teammates going crazy because, you know, they're out of the water right there, and you can hear them all cheering them on. And remember, this stroke so important. This turn is the most important turn of this entire race.
How'd they do?
They did really, really well. It was almost even. So, you know, going into the freestyle, it's a race for whoever wants it the most.
Right now, lane 6 coming on with Tommaso Baravelli, the freshman from Florida State. And he's going to get the best time. Late charge by the freshman. 1 of 2 in this field, but the fastest among the bunch.
That was a great swim. He really, held back, I feel, in that first 100 and just blasted out that second 100. What a great job.
Florida State, Pitt, Virginia, Notre Dame, and Duke. 5 different schools in the top 5 here. B final on the way, featuring 5 freshmen. Most freshmen we've seen in any race so far this evening. Just 1 senior. That'll be Sean Conway in lane 1 for Virginia.
Nice clean starts by everybody. Nice streamlines. Dolphin kicking coming up, swimming so beautifully. Now in butterfly, we'll talk about this more as the butterfly events come on through this event, but you really want to use your hips to drive you forward. Look at what is happening right now in lane 8. We've got Landon Gentry from Virginia Tech just taking it out.
Now the freshman just going hard. I'm hoping nobody keeps track of him. Also lane number 2 here. Giving it a whirl, Sebastian Sergil, the freshman from UVA.
Landon just looks spectacular on that backstroke. He's got to hit this back to breast turn, nice and clean, get under there, streamline, do your pull out, and just start swimming like you know you can. He's really low on the water. I love watching strokes like this.
And now lane 5 and lane 6 also making a charge, as well as lanes 2 and 8 here.
Again, setting up for this all-important turn. And here we go. Landon lost a little bit on that turn. And here we go, down to the last 30 yards to go.
Sean Fakish in lane 6 near the top of the screen made a terrific turn. He's near the front. Getting a battle from lane number 4. That's Burke Saka, the sophomore from Georgia Tech in the yellow cap, and now he's pulling away here. Boy, the yellow jacket just smoked him late. That final length was special.
Nice job on his part. I was talking to the Georgia Tech coach, Courtney Sheely, who happened to be my Olympic roommate. And she was saying, these kids are ready to go, and she expects them to have a really good meet, as they are so far.
So, Georgia Tech with 2 in the top 3 here, with the Notre Dame swimmer Sean Fakish in the middle there, finishing second for the Irish at 1:44.59. And that'll take us to the A final here in the men's 200-yard IM.
I don't know how these gentlemen are standing after that. That's just, what a well-done race.
Now the march to the start. And among the top names here, Noah Nichols in lane 2, a junior for the Virginia Cavaliers from the state of Virginia. In lane 4, the junior from Virginia Tech, Carlos Colmarti, the native of Spain, an All-American and ACC champion. Here is the full start list. And as usual, North Carolina State well represented. 3 different swimmers here in this field. UVA has 2. And in lane 4, as I mentioned, Carlos Colmarti, the junior from Virginia Tech. One of the top names to watch.
And look at those. Those are cupping. He's been getting some body work done.
Explain what that means and what that's all about, what it does for you.
So what it is they basically put a cup that has suction and they suction it out. What they're doing is they're suctioning out the blood that has all the lactic acid that's been sitting in your muscles, that's making you sore. They pull it out so that fresh blood can come in. When you see it's really dark like that, that means right there was a lot of blood that needed to come up to the surface because it was icky. So I'll tell you what, if you have never had cupping done before, it is lovely. But you will look like you were attacked by an octopus.
Lovely in what way? The way it makes you feel?
Yes, you feel so good. You feel so loose. It really is wonderful. You don't look good.
Three seniors, three juniors, a very upperclassman heavy field here for this A final.
Again, just settling into this race. It is a 200, but here we go. Look at this. We're having a little bit of gamesmanship, a little sprinting there. I love it. See, some people, like I said before, will use each stroke as a sprint of each stroke, and some of these guys will use it as a build-up. They will build up each stroke.
Giovanni Izzo in lane number 3. Fast start for the senior from North Carolina State. Wolfpack again with numbers in this field. Already winners of multiple races here this evening. He makes the turn here, an all-important one. Maintains his lead and on to the breaststroke.
So far looking really good. Nice stroke right there. He's not undulating too much, just enough.
Lane 6, Arsenio Bustos, the sophomore, and his teammate from North Carolina State also making a charge.
Oh, here we go.
Keeping it close as they come to the wall and make this turn where they now head out onto the freestyle.
Giovanni was under the water for a long time doing some dolphin kicks. I think that really helped him. They are all three almost tied coming into this last 25.
And here comes lane 4, Carlos Colmardi. So lanes 4, 5, 6, and now Bustos in lane 6, getting an edge, getting out front, and getting the win.
And a new conference, or pardon me, a new meet record. A new meet record.
Arsenio Bustos, the sophomore from North Carolina State.
Let's look at this last 25, and you can see him right up there, just cranking it on his side, hitting with his fingertips. What a great race. Look at that, he's turning around looking at his time while he's still swimming. Shocked. Oh my gosh, I gotta pull my cap off, and now he is celebrating outside of the deck. He was doing bows, now he's hugging his teammates. That is so spectacular to set a meet record. Nice job.
So multiple records falling here this evening. We saw Katie Douglas set a meet record earlier on the women's side. Now the men do it as well. Arsenio Bustos for North Carolina State leading the way. Carlos Colmardi left it late, came on and made a charge to finish second. Giovanni Izzo was leading early for North Carolina State, and you see the A's next to both Colmardi and Izzo getting into the A races at the NCAAs, which are upcoming in just a little while.
Man, to have three that made the A cut, just what a fast race.
And joined now by Arsenio. Congratulations, big swim. What made the difference for you? Take us through your approach.
I knew that after the morning swim, I'd be able to take it out. So towards the end, I just tried to trust my strength and the endurance that I got over the year.
So Arsenio, a new meet record. You were out there bowing. I mean, just talk about how excited. Oh, did you not know that was a meet record?
I didn't know it was a meet record.
Oh, well, it's a meet record. Yeah, good job.
They should tell you that when you get out of the pool.
So let's now talk about that now that you've just been told by myself. How does it feel to know that you just broke a meet record and you're not fully rested for this event, if I'm right?
It's a dream. I had a pretty rough year last year, so to bounce back and do something like that, words can't explain it.
Well, congratulations. We'll let it sink in now.
Thank you, thank you.
New meet record for Arsenio Bustos. The last one in the house to know.
I thought he knew right there. I love that.
The sophomore from North Carolina State gets the victory here in the men's IM. The Greensboro Aquatic Center in Greensboro, North Carolina. First evening of the 2023 ACC Swimming and Diving Championships. Some records have already fallen. Some terrific performances and results here. And just getting started with this week-long competition. Here are the current women's team standings. Virginia leading the way over North Carolina State. Louisville a close third. North Carolina and Duke, followed by Virginia Tech in the top 6. Coming up next, the women's 50-yard free C final up first. So shortest event of the night on the books. And so many of the records in this event belonging to Katie Douglas, who already set a meet record in a different race earlier. And she's got the Conference, American, and NCAA record in this race from just last March.
She's not going to be swimming the 50 tonight, though, which is fine. We're going to have her teammate Gretchen Walsh in the A final. And this is just all guts, all glory. You've got to have a great start. You've got to have a great turn, because that's really what this race is, short course.
It's a sprint, a turn, and a finish.
It really, truly
that's
is.
It. Two lengths of the pool.
It's a grit your teeth kind of thing. Little known fact, you know there's only one American woman who has won the 50 free in the history of the Olympics?
Yeah?
Yeah.
I think I know who that might be.
Yeah. You made fun of her for being old earlier, but that's fine. That's fine. That's fine.
Well, I mean, she is wearing reading glasses now, so
Stop!
I wouldn't think that's making fun. That's just an observation. That's just me again.
Man, stop. But this is fun. This is one of these races that a lot of these athletes look forward to. Everyone wants to swim the 50 because it's short, but not everybody can swim the 50.
No margin for error.
Correct.
Sophomores in the middle of the pool, a couple of freshmen on the outside.
Here we go, just set this up for the finish.
At the bottom, the freshman from UVA, Carly Nobeline, but they are spread out across the middle there, and it is going to be lane number 4. Pattison, who gets the top time, but no surprise, one of the closest races we've seen all night. I mean, it was almost 8 wide there coming down to the finish.
Yeah, this is one of those races, and you know, we'll talk about it a little bit more when the men come, because they just have a little bit more power coming behind them. But we've got to get under that wall of water.
So Greer Pattinson, Abby Webb, Sarah Snyder, top 3. B final up next. See how frantic this race is, and as opposed to, let's say, the freestyle that we've seen in the relays and in the IM, you see just how much more animated it is, how much more splashing, and how violent the strokes have to be.
Yeah, absolutely. Great starts right there by everybody. Some people under the water a little bit longer. It's just your choice as we come up to this turn. Got to hit it right.
Lane number 4, Julia Dennis, the freshman from Louisville, out front. But lane number 5 also making a move there. That's Maxine Parker, the junior from Virginia. And at the finish, it is Julia Dennis from Louisville, lane number 4. Best time.
Oh, love that. Yes, girls, smack that water. You deserve it. Best time. That is great. What a good feeling that is to look up and see that, because you know that whole season of hard work is paying off.
So the freshman from Louisville beats out the two swimmers from Virginia in the top three here in the B final. And here they come for the A final. 4 seniors in this field. And among the names to watch, Catherine Burkhoff in lane 3, the senior from NC State whose mother was an Olympian. Next to her, the sophomore from UVA, Gretchen Walsh. 2 world junior records in her portfolio in the relay events. I mentioned Katie Douglas with the meet and conference record, not racing here in this event tonight. But a lot of quality about to enter the pool here, and Louisville well represented with 3 athletes set to go. And I mentioned Walsh in lane number 4, one of the favorites, along with Gabby Albiero, the junior from Louisville, next to her in lane 5.
Now, Gabby, if that last name sounds familiar, her dad is Arthur Albiero, who is the head coach at Louisville. He said, listen, it doesn't even bother me. She doesn't talk to me that much about swimming. She talks to her other coaches first, and then she'll come to me. He said, this is the 3rd one that's done it. Old hat. But Catherine Burkhoff, who you were talking about from NC State in lane 3, her dad was a backstroker in the Olympics, and he's the first guy that stayed underwater in that dolphin kick. They called it the Burkhoff Blast. It has since been changed.
Katie Douglas, even despite her prowess in this event, not swimming in it tonight. You can only pick 3 events, and she didn't choose this one.
Nice start, Gretchen Walsh. Look at her underwater until she has to come up at that second red buoy. She has got spectacular underwaters right there. You want to stay underwater. Look at this. She's going to swim the whole race underwater, and I love it.
Wow, that is tremendous. Gretchen Walsh, the sophomore from Virginia, wire to wire to get the win.
And a new meet record. Another meet record. And she went a 20-point. That is so awesome, and we just saw it right here. Oh.
28-3.
Look at how long she is underwater. She is right there, just amazing. And there she is, winning the race. She also has a great stroke that also helped her do that. Oh, and she's so happy, as she should be. Going under 21 is just amazing. Back in my day, it was going under 22. So things have changed, and she is changing the sport. Love it. Good job, Gretchen.
Boy, underwater so long, barely came up to see her win the race herself.
Right.
She gets the win over the 2 swimmers from Louisville there. And an ACC record for Gretchen Walsh of Virginia. Only swimmer sub-21 here in this 50 free.
That was such a well-swum race. That was really, if you're at home, if you're watching this, you're at home and you're like, listen, I want to swim the 50 free. How am I going to do that? You should watch that race right there, because Gretchen swam that so well.
Hi.
Gretchen, when you hit the wall, did it feel like the record that it was?
Honestly, no. I had no idea what I was expecting, but I heard everyone cheering, and I was like, I think something might have happened. So then it all clicked, and I saw the scoreboard, and I'm so thrilled.
So you had this race right here where you won the 50 free. You went under 21, which is huge. But let's also talk about the relay in the beginning of the swim meet. Did that get you and your team kind of motivated, excited for the rest of what's going on? Because 20.8, girl.
Yeah, no, that relay was insane. Like, we had been working towards going a 123 in that relay all season, and just seeing that pay off, I think, like, really got the ball rolling for tonight. So yeah, I'm proud of everyone who swam tonight. I'm proud of myself, and go Who's.
Another record, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
And the men are back in the pool as we continue, a familiar pattern, and they take to the water with their 50-yard free as we continue from Greensboro. It is the last race of the evening, the men's 50-yard freestyle, the C final coming up first. A couple of swimmers from Florida State in lanes 5 and 6. And a lot of other individual schools represented here in the C final as well. No freshmen in the field. A lot of seniors and juniors as we get down to the final use of the swim lanes here this evening before we turn things over to the diving the rest of the way. And it'll be the women's 1-meter springboard coming up shortly.
I always wanted to be a diver.
Well, why didn't you?
I am not coordinated and I'm afraid of heights, so those don't work out together.
And because you are an outside smoker who like wine.
Correct.
Yeah.
They don't like that in diving so much. I am also afraid of this height.
Oh,
yes.
come on.
No,
that's
truly.
the low dive. That's when at the public pool they would call that the low dive, right?
So they would, but here's the thing. I'm so afraid of heights. When I was at the University of Arizona, for a punishment, they would have me go up on the 10-meter, and they wanted me to jump off. I spent many an hour up on that 10-meter, and I never jumped off.
Why were you punished so much? Why couldn't you just get your act together?
Have you met me?
Well, yeah, that is true. That is true.
Things don't change.
Had your mail delivered up there before long.
I think I did, actually. Graduated up there.
All right, C final. 2 lengths of the pool. The sprint and the 50-yard free.
Wow, they got off to a fast start. I'll tell you what, sometimes the starter will hold them for a long time, and she did not hold them at all. And look at that, all of them underwater because they're all even right now, and there is a wave of water they don't want to hit.
And it's in lane number 2, Sanchez Toledo from Pitt. A rare win from the bottom of the pool here tonight.
Yes, throw your pumper. Awesome, Dominic. That was really good. He deserved that pumper. That was really worth it.
So the Bees again representing the B times for NCAA finals. And the B final here coming up next.
I want to explain what I'm talking about with the wall of water. All of these guys, you can see, are big and strong. And so when they are swimming into the wall, they are bringing with them a wave of water. When they hit that wall, if they come up too soon, they will hit that wave. It will stop them. That's why they stay underwater longer on the turn, to get under that wave and then pop up swimming. Starts looked great. Here comes that turn. Look at that wall up. You can see that wave following them. Get underneath that.
Aiden Hayes in lane 4, staying under for a long time, probably the longest of anyone in the field, and that's going to pay off. The sophomore from North Carolina State, best time here in the B final.
Yes, and he's like, keep cheering for me, everybody, because that was awesome. Really a great swim. And again, NC State, just a long tradition of great male sprinters.
So there are the results, 1st through 8th here. A lot of B qualifying times as we now come down to the final race of the evening. A final, men's 50-yard free. And the last parade onto the deck of the evening. Again, North Carolina State dominating the field here with 3 swimmers represented. And among the other names to watch for in lane 4, Youssef Ramadan, the native of Egypt and the junior at Virginia Tech. Ryan Held has both the meet and conference records from 2017. David Curtis is also a swimmer in lane 6, a sophomore from North Carolina State to set the U.S. Open record on the long course here. That was back in December. So some success for him in this very pool, now trying to make it ACC success here tonight.
There you can see them getting ready behind the blocks. Joseph right there from Notre Dame.
On the podium last year, but would like to climb 2 more steps to get the win and finish on top here tonight. Only swimmer from Virginia Tech here in this A final.
We got to get this entire crowd quieted down. Here we go. And they're off. Here we go. We are going to see some good men swimming right here as they come into this turn. See, get underneath that wall of water. Look what is happening in lane 7.
And Chris Giuliano in lane 5 as well, also making a charge, but out in lane 7, El-Arabi going for it, and it is going to be El-Arabi from Louisville getting the win. Ramadan second in lane number 4, but springing the surprise. Abdurrahman El-Arabi, the junior from Louisville, from lane 7, winning the men's 50-yard free.
Oh man, look at the excitement. He's like, yes, that you helped me do that, all of you. Oh, that is awesome. There's nothing like that celebration, but look, you can tell he's gonna go faster. He is not shaved, he's got that mustache. Look at the finish of this. I almost grabbed your arm, Steve, because look at him up in lane 7 right there. Oh, just amazing. And to have the energy to do that, that's pretty cool. Nice job.
Made a tremendous turn at the 25-yard mark, and then just made the mad dash home to get the victory over some other top names here in this A final.
There's Arthur Albiero, his coach, congratulating him. Oh, that's exciting. There's always so much emotion when you go a time like that right now in the season. Good for him.
And you can really tell how much it means. I mean, most swimmers are gassed. Even if you win, you're gassed, and it's hard to celebrate in the moment. But he did a backflip basically off the wall. So, I mean, that's kind of energy and emotion and passion that really indicates what it means to the athlete.
There's going to be a rule about that, as a matter of fact, I'm pretty sure, because they do that. They don't want anyone to injure themselves. And, you know, although it was a backstroke turn, to have that energy, my goodness. And then to just get out and to be able to celebrate with your team, that is what it's all about. That's what college swimming is. It's teammates, it's doing it for your team.
And now the winners set to join us. Well, congratulations. I would ask you what it means to you, but we saw the reaction at the end. What went through your mind there when you hit the wall?
I'm sorry. It meant a lot of things. It's crazy to think I'm still here. I don't know. If it means anything for anybody, it's okay to fall, it's okay to fail, it's okay to lose the battle, just don't lose the war. I lost the battle last year, and this was for me that lost the battle. And for my team, for my family, for everybody that stood beside me, I'm sorry.
No, don't be sorry. And we know that you have a lot more in you. Because when you shave that mustache, my friend, you are going to take off seconds.
No, the speed is in the stash.
Well done, my friend. That was an incredible race, and it was good to see you back on top.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Just check out what it felt like in the moment for him.
Oh, that's amazing. You can tell how much that meant to him right then. It was just all emotion, unbridled.
All right, so we close out the swimming, but the diving on the way as we continue on our first night from the ACC Swimming and Diving Championships. And a recap of tonight's winners on the women's side. And you may have seen earlier when Katie Douglas set a new ACC record in the 200-yard IM. A graphic popped up that said SEC champion. Of course, it's the ACC mark that she set at 150.15. But another record falls for the great Katie Douglas. And with the swimming now complete, it's on to the 1-meter diving. And that is on deck here, literally, from the Greensboro Aquatic Center. And the standings for the women here. And this is the order of our 8 divers, 6 different schools represented here. And they will have 8 dives here as we proceed through this competition. And as we move on to the diving, we bring in this guy, the All-American Jason Bauman. And Jason, we've got 8 divers from 6 different schools here, but really 2 divers who are the headliners for the event.
Yeah, our final 2 divers in the contest today, Mia Valle from the University of Miami and Aranza Vasquez Montano from the University of North Carolina. Those are our 2 headliners. They have been back and forth here several times at the ACCs. 2022, Mia the NCAA champion, and yesterday, Aranza won her 2nd title on 3-meter here at the ACC Championships.
And the warm-up commencing here. And among the 8 divers, they will go in reverse order of the standings, meaning that it builds to a crescendo, the top divers in the standings going last each time through the rotation.
Yeah, the prelim results actually determine who goes in what order there. So right, the top divers got the last chance to go. They know what's up on the board and what they have to do.
Now beyond the top 2, what strikes you about this event tonight, some of the divers we're going to see, and the dives themselves?
You know, I think you're going to see a lot of combination of 2 different things, right? You've got this execution scores, which are how well you do the dive. Those get kind of put together. You take out the 2 highest, the 2 lowest, and you add the 3 scores in the middle, and you multiply those by the degree of difficulty, so how hard that particular dive is. You're going to see a big range. There are actually 7 dives that are over 3.0 degree of difficulty. Many of them are more between the 2.3 and 2.6 range. So those 3.0, you're doing a harder dive. If you can execute it well, you can have that pay off for you.
And this is the order of the divers again. Valle and Vasquez Montano, the 2 top divers that figured to battle for the win here this evening from Miami and North Carolina, going last. And they will all have 6 dives. And as they finish the warm-up, just about set to go here with Izzy Mraz from Virginia Tech. She will be up first here on the 1-meter springboard.
Yeah, Izzy's first dive is a 403B. It's an inward 1.5 somersault pike, so she's going to start backwards, and she's going to rotate toward the diving board 1.5 times in the pike position. So bent legs, or bent at the waist, but straight legs. Really solid start for her. So I really like how aggressive she is on her jump and how high it goes in the air. Nice straight legs. She could be a little bit better with her pointed feet. End up with those scores in the 7 range. Really a good dive.
This is now the freshman Grace Courtney from Notre Dame, 10th in the 3-meter event that's already taken place here.
Grace's first dive was a forward 2.5 somersault spike, so she starts with a front takeoff there. It's a satisfactory dive. It's a little bit washed over on the end. She does have a nice big jump, good position, but she got to work on that vertical entry too. So there's a lot of components moving on each particular dive.
Here's Samantha Veer from Florida State, 6th in the 3-meter yesterday, the junior for the Seminoles.
And she chooses to start with a twisting dive, so she's going to do a back 1.5 somersaults with 1.5 twists. And that's going to be a solid effort there. I would say that's probably going to be in the 6.5 range. 6.5, where it's a solid, satisfactory dive, but not quite high enough in amplitude or vertical enough to get the good scores or higher.
Lindsay Gizzi of Louisville, and how much goes into the determination of what dives to do and in what order for every athlete?
You know, they've got to cover all 5 categories, and they got to try and figure out what gives them the best opportunity to kind of do them well. Some people like to start with back takeoff. Some people like to start with a front takeoff. This is a forward hurdle for her. Again, that forward 2.5 somersault pike. She's got really long straight lines. Could be a little tighter with her knees in the pike. There's a slight bend there, but a pretty decent dive.
Now the senior from Virginia, Jennifer Bell, going through a coaching change at UVA.
Josh Arndt, the new coach there, came in this year. So she is a senior. This is her second final of the weekend, but it's her first time making finals at the ACCs. And that's a great start. That's a really hard dive to start with. I think it's a back 1.5 somersault pike, and a lot of times people find that backs and reverses determine kind of the winners of the characters. That's a nice early come out, straight up and down, and I love what she does underwater. You don't judge that part, but that knee save action to stop it at vertical.
Here's Emily Grund from North Carolina, third in the 3-meter yesterday. Half a dozen finals in the ACC for this very accomplished diver.
Emily also starts with the inward 1.5 somersault pike. It's a pretty easy dive for people. She really does a nice job of getting it up and vertical. Love her toe point and line up into the entry. Very pretty dive.
And now, Mia Vali from the University of Miami, NCAA champion from a year ago.
She is also starting with that 403B, that inward 1.5 somersaults pike. So we just saw 2 back-to-back. What I really like about that is you can see the difference in how high Malia goes. Mia goes on her start, and she's up almost by the 3-meter when she finishes the 1.5 somersault piking, puts it in there, but a little bit loose on the entry. So you have to balance both of those pieces out.
All right, so final diver in this first rotation, Aranza Vasquez Montano, 4th last year in the ACC championships.
So great balance in the hurdle and nice and up and down on the end. Nice stretch. Look how strong and high it goes. The only thing I would love to see is be a little cleaner on the entry. You see that splash kind of come up. Not quite the disappearance you want.
All right, first time through the rotation here. Just getting things underway here in the diving tonight in Greensboro. After the first time through the order, standings in the 1-meter springboard. And we're back around to the top of the order here for Virginia Tech's Izzy Mraz, the 5th-year senior in her first final. Again, she was at the bottom of the standings after the prelims. They started reverse order in every rotation here of their finish from earlier. Top divers going last.
So you've got Izzy's doing a forward 2.5 somersault pike, the same dive we just saw Aranza do at the end of the first round. Not quite as high on that, and as you see her go through the water, she loses her feet slightly as well.
Oh, Grace Courtney, the freshman from Notre Dame, with her second dive.
Good, so you see Grace does a forward 1.5 somersault with 1 twist, so that is an actual dive that is a little easier degree of difficulty at that 2.2 level, but big, strong jump and going that way. I'm sure she's working towards those more difficult dives as you're going, but you have to figure out which one's gonna work best for you at that point, where you are in your development as a freshman. She'll get there.
Samantha Veer from Florida State.
So I love that front 2.5 pike by Samantha. Look how straight and balanced she is in her hurdle and how high it is. Comes out to control it and straight up and down, and love the feet.
How much is momentum a part of this? You have 6 dives, and we're still early here, but is it different dive to dive, or can you get on a roll?
You can get on a roll. I think it's all about trying to figure out how you best compete. You know, what is it you need to do? Do you need to talk to other people? And I think the finals are so hard because they go so much faster than your prelims. So it's a nice back 1/2 somersault pike by there. It was just a little bit pulled by on the finish and not quite flat and straight on the entry.
When it goes so fast like that, how does that impact your routine?
Well, you know, you have to prepare for it, right? Like if in the prelims, I think we had 38 women, 37 women in the prelims, so you're probably going once every 19 minutes-ish. Now you're going once every 4. That makes a big difference on how you prepare. So what I like about this dive is that look where she is on the end of the board, but she does a nice job of not get control and get there and not panic and freak out and still do a good dive. Not a great dive, not in the good scores, but a satisfactory when that could have actually really ended up very poor.
Emily Grund from UNC.
So you see her get in a little bit of trouble here. So she steps back on the end of the diving board, doesn't quite land with her toes directly on the end, and so then her chest moves forward and it moves away. That creates that extra momentum, and it's hard to stop at the end, so it washes over.
She's a good story, 5th-year senior, but missed last year out battling cancer, which is now in remission. Good news, and back here at the ACC Championships in the final this year.
Yeah, absolutely exciting to have her back.
Mia Vali.
So this is a really important dive for Mia. This is an inward 2.5 somersault tuck. It's the hardest degree of difficulty you're going to see in the contest. So she's going to rotate backwards. Go stand backwards, but rotate forward 2.5 times toward the diving board. And that's a 3.1 degree of difficulty instead of a 2.4. Love that she goes up and gets it moving. She's got a lot of dive to get done, and it's up and down. The scores are not quite in that same range where you're talking about the 7s, but because of the higher degree of difficulty, she still gets a lot of points for her totals.
Yeah, that was the highest degree of difficulty we've seen so far here in these finals. Now, Aranza Vasquez Montano from UNC, who competed in the Olympics for Mexico in Tokyo.
This is her inward 1.5 somersault pike. Again, 2.4 instead of 3.1 you just saw in front of her. The lower degree of difficulty, but you're going to see these higher execution scores because look how high she jumps. Great position, body going in. Those 8s and 8.5s, those are going to end up with still the score that's going to be really close to where we are.
All right, 2 times through the rotation, now in the rear view. Here are the standings going to the 3rd dive coming up when we come back. A quarter of the way through the 1-meter springboard diving competition. 3rd dives coming up next. What has stood out the most so far to you?
You know what I think is that you see some people who in their first finals and some nerves. You see some people who've been here before that are looking very confident and just kind of trying to chug along. But Aranza's really on a roll. We'll see if she can carry that through. A nice back 1.5 somersault pike here from Izzy, a little bit short, and then you see some flex feet as she comes out because she's got her getting loose there at the end.
So Grace Courtney, the freshman from Notre Dame, coming up, and then Samantha Veer of Florida State.
This is her reverse 1.5, so going forward but rotating back toward the diving board. And that's going to be satisfactory. She's got a little bit of slow getting connected all the way into the pike is good, but her knees are a little bent. And then she's got flat feet and kind of losing and going in.
One thing about going so quick, if you don't have a dive you want, it's mandatory that you kind of put it behind you right away. You don't have time to dwell on it.
Yeah, there's not a lot of time to kind of regroup. This is Samantha's back 1.5 somersault pike at 2.3 degree of difficulty. So nice connection. It's moving very well. You got to get out just a little sooner and put her body straight so that it doesn't wash over on the end. Puts that in that satisfactory category.
So Lindsay Gizzi of Louisville up next.
So Lindsay's doing a reverse 1.5 somersault pike, same dive we just saw from Grace. So I like what you want to look at some of the little details, right? So she's on the end of the diving board there in her hurdle, and it goes straight up in that nice position. But again, the knees are a little soft and not quite all the way extended in the pike position, but you're trying to get as deep as possible, but you also have to be straight with your legs.
So Jennifer Bell.
It's a big dive for Jennifer. This is a reverse 2.5 somersaults tuck. Also a 3.0. That was a good job with that.
Her highest degree of difficulty of any of her dives tonight.
Yeah, I love where she's balance-wise. She's a little bit on her knees and split in her tuck, and that's a deduction if the judges see it from the side. But vertical and up and down, she hit that 60-point mark that we're kind of looking at as, hey, if you're going to be at the top, that's what you're trying to get.
Now back around to Emily Grund, the Tar Heel.
And this is a little lower degree of difficulty at 2.3, that back 1.5 somersault pike. So you're going backwards, rotating backwards. And maybe a little excited there, just pulled it by a little bit too much instead of holding that shape. And you can see Emily knows it. She's looking over at her coach and shaking her head kind of little. Yeah, it's a little over.
When it's going so quick, do you have time to process what you might need to improve on?
Not so much what you might need to improve on, but kind of just like, oh yeah, that's what happened, and kind of that quick kind of discussion with your coach and even just meeting eyes and then kind of moving on. There'll be time to kind of work on that in the next one, not necessarily where you are there. So Mia's front 2.5 somersault pike. Look how strong and powerful she is there, all the way into the pike and straight up and down. A little bit out, but very nice.
Now Aranza Vasquez Montano, final diver in this third trip through the order.
So this is her back 1.5 somersault pike. Again, lowest degree of difficulty of the dive. She does 2.3. So it's important that she shows really good control. She's gonna like that. Now, she's got so much power and strength, and you see it get in quickly. Look how early she comes out and puts her feet down and controls it with her hands. Still washes just a tiny bit over, but nice knee save to control that for a really good score.
Now she was 4th in the ACC championships last year, 3rd at NCAAs, and we're halfway through the 1-meter springboard. Second half on the way next. 3 dives down, 3 left to go in the 1-meter springboard. Izzy Mraz, the 5th-year senior, again leading things off here. Her most difficult dive is coming up next after this one, but getting things started here in this 4th rotation.
So this time she's going to do the reverse 1.5 pike. Next time she'll do a reverse 2.5 somersaults tuck. So same direction, forward hurdle, and then rotating back towards the diving board. So on her hurdle, she gets a little close to the end of the diving board and then hurdles backwards and then has a hard time quite getting there because it moves a little too far forward, and so it ends up being distance short is what we would call that.
Grace Courtney from Notre Dame here.
So you see Grace is doing a back 1.5 pike. Same dive we've seen from other divers, going backwards. And that one's, again, those are hard to control because where a lot of girls or women are in this range of 2.3 for a back 1.5 or a 3.0 on a back 2.5, not quite in between, so it's hard to kind of stop it at that right spot.
Well, for Samantha Veer of Florida State, who is coming up, this is her biggest dive.
Yeah, this is another 3.0 reverse 2.5 somersault tuck. So going forward, rotating back toward the diving board. So what you see here is that hurdling to the corner of the diving board and really in kind of trouble. Does a nice job to even get there, but that's really difficult. That's that hop hurdle. There's a huge reward. You can make the board go higher, but you also have the kind of the risk, or you got to be in the middle and where you land. But we'll come back. That happens. You got to keep working on it.
Lindsay Gizzi.
And that's a really nice Immer 1.5 somersault pike again. 2.4, little backed away from the hip from the diving board there. I'd like to see it go up and over a little bit more, but nice and vertical, so still solid scores.
And now Jennifer Bell from Virginia had her most difficult dive in the last rotation. This not as demanding.
Yep, so this one's another twisting dive. So back 1.5 somersaults with 1.5 twist. You can twist in multiple directions as far as the categories go. And again, she's just been up and down, up and down, up and down, and continuing to get 6.5 sevens and really score in the way that she wants to, that puts her in this piece to be competitive and finish in a high spot.
Now, Emily Grund, one of the divers here that does not have a degree of difficulty at 3 or above.
So this is her reverse 1.5 somersault pike at 2.4. One of Emily's best characteristics is she's usually very consistent and up and down. You also see her kind of hit the corner of the diving board there a little bit to the left-hand side, but doesn't panic, holds her arms still, and gets it moving and goes in. But that is slightly off to the side of the board. If the judges do see that, that's a deduction as well. So you see those scores kind of come down.
Now Mia from Miami. And this is a big dive for her.
Yeah, this is Mia's reverse 2.5 tuck. That's second 3.0 or higher degree of difficulty. And Mia's been on a tear the last couple years, just doing really well in all these international events. And it's because of some things like this that she jumps so high and is aggressive and balanced, small inner tuck, spots where she needs to come out, puts her feet right up and down, and nice vertical entry.
Third in the World Cup, representing Canada. And now back to Aranza Vasquez Montano.
So we may not get the exact same dive, but you at least get to see comparisons of how high they jump in their hurdle, and look how far the board goes down and how much patience they have to ride it up to the top. And again, she's above the 3 meter when she finishes this dive, and watch her come out and point her feet down at the water so that she doesn't go over. It's beautiful pike position. Love the hands down and look back, and great grabbing her hands and nice knee save.
So 2 more dives for each athlete still to go. So we'll bring you back to Greensboro for more in just a moment. Okay, this is the 5th time through the order here. 6 dives altogether for every athlete this evening. Izzy Mraz of Virginia Tech, the 5th-year senior in her first final, coming up here. And for Izzy, this is her most difficult dive of the night.
I love the big smile there. You know, probably over at coach going, okay, here's this reverse 2.5 somersault tuck. It's 3.0. Big dive. Want to see a good hurdle first and get herself a good position. A better takeoff. I love it. So you can see she's in a lot better balance when she gets in her position here and pushes it up in her hurdle and goes up. Small tuck, finds vertical and a strong kick. It's so good to see the women continuing to push the envelope here and going up with the harder degree difficulty dives as well.
Grace Courtney, the freshman. And again, one of those divers who is all sub-3 in terms of degree of difficulty.
And you know, it takes some time. You're building strength and power as you're coming into college programs. You're getting more access to weightlifting facilities, doing some more of those components. This is up back 1.5 somersault with a half twist, 2.1 degree of difficulty. So what I would say is that her opportunity in getting into the final by having these lower degree of difficulty, she was really executing at a high level in the prelims. And that matters, right? You can only do is what you can do at that point.
Who's making those decisions, the athlete or the coach?
It's a balance, right? You got to kind of keep working on it. You got to be in your competitive mode, but also working towards what's my long-term goal, so trying to do that. But the coaches and the athletes usually work really closely together about, hey, here's where I think we should go, and it depends from coach to coach who gets that final say.
Samantha Veer coming off her most difficult dive. Now, this slightly less so.
So this is that inward 1.5 somersault pike at 2.4. And a lot of power going up that way. Again, our angle is not quite where the judges are. We're a little off from the front, so sometimes it's a little more difficult to see some of those things like the legs going apart and some of that. But from the side, that looks really good. It's getting scores in the 7.5 to 8 range, which totals at 54 points.
Here's Lindsay Gizzi. And Lindsay, the transfer from Colorado State, in her first final here tonight from the University of Louisville.
So what I want you to see here is I want you to look at her feet where she lands out of her hop here, right there, and then watch where her feet land on the diving board when she comes back. She steps back a little bit, and that makes it harder to get her momentum going forward. Does a good job with it, but that's why it ends up a little short of vertical at the end of the dive, is because she's taking off and kind of going in the wrong trajectory.
Jennifer Bell, the senior, just missed being on the podium in the 3-meter yesterday. Second final of the week for the veteran from UVA.
And obviously they have such a great program on the women's side for Virginia, contributing to their team points as well. So I like her takeoff. We've got to get out just a little earlier so that she can reach out in front of where she's going to go in and stop it. It's super aggressive. It's just a little bit too fast and out of control on the entry.
You see her coach's reaction there to how she had her shoulders.
Yep, kind of talking about through that, like, okay, here's where we're going, and then kind of, okay, done our recap, and then move on to the last one and keep fighting.
Emily Grund was third in the 3-meter yesterday, sitting third coming into the finals here tonight after the prelims earlier.
So we saw her do a reverse spinning dive before. Now we're going to see her do a reverse twisting dive. And what I like about that is that she is, again, still a little bit on that left-hand corner of the diving board, but not as much, and lets it still go forward and square, gets to vertical, loses her feet a little bit in between. Some minor form bobbles in there, but still pretty solid.
Mia Valle from Miami on the way. Again, the NCAA champion. Second in the ACCs last year. Trying to move up one spot this year. You're in round number 5.
And this is the lower degree of difficulty for her. This is a back 1.5 somersault pike. And again, we've got so much power, we have to control the finish. And when you watch, look at how early she comes out. She's just past the somersault. Her feet are pointing down at the water as she lets go and controls the entry. Really pretty. And Randy likes it.
All right, final diver here in round number 5. Aranza Vasquez Montano from UNC. Won the 3-meter yesterday, trying to run it back and win the 1-meter springboard today.
Same twisting dive we just saw her teammate Emily do here a couple dives ago. Reverse 1.5 somersaults with 1.5 twists. So you're going to see something you don't see a whole lot in women's diving, is that look how far she pushes the board down. You're going to see it actually touch the water and dip it, and then come back up, and she goes above the diving board. That was fantastic. Very good scores on that, 8.5s and a better, and her total points were awesome.
All right, final round on the way here from Greensboro, North Carolina, as we finish off the 1-meter springboard next. So it comes down to the 6th and final round. Last dives for all of these athletes here in the 1-meter springboard. Izzy Mraz, the 5th-year senior in her first final, up first.
Her final dive is a back 1.5 somersaults with 1.5 twists. So she's going to start backwards, flip 1.5 times, spin on her axis 1.5 times, and then try to go in the water vertical with her feet together and a nice clean entry. So what you see in there is a couple of those little kind of form talk things I'm talking about, where she's not quite tight with her legs together, and so her feet are kind of split in the twisting dive. It's still solid, it's still a satisfactory dive, but it's not going to give you those good to very good scores in the 7 to 8 or 8.5 to 9.5 range.
And do you see much changing in the standings in this final round, the way things are unfolding here?
Not necessarily. I think there can be some shakeup in there. Some of those places, obviously, you know, from 3rd to 7th was all separated by just a few points, so it's pretty close in there, but maybe not, hard to say. There's a pretty big gap between 1st and 2nd there. Big hug from Coach Mark Bradshaw there for Grace in completing her first final.
And now Samantha Veer from Florida State. Was 6th in the 3-meter yesterday, trying to get up inside the top 5 at least here today.
So her final dive is also a twisting dive. It's a forward spinning dive with 2 twists, so it's a front 1.5 with 2 twists. That's a much better hurdle and balance on that than the last dive she did with a hurdle. And again, you kind of have to wish that away. Love her hurdle. She steps down. Her toes are right on the end. Big and pretty in the twist feet together. Lovely form. Straight up and down. Gonna get 7.5, 8. Love that. Big hug from Coach John Proctor there, Olympic coach. Really nice. Good sportsmanship in there too from Coach Bradshaw.
And now Lindsay Gizzi of Louisville with her final dive, the transfer from Colorado State, trying to take advantage of her first ever final here tonight. Trying to move up a few places here.
So again, back 1.5 somersaults with 1.5 twists for her as well. So I like the dive there. What I would say is that it's a little bit too far back from the springboard, so it's probably not going to get the 7s or better, but it's probably going to be right in there. Nice position. Up and down. Didn't finish quite as high.
And now Jennifer Bell, University of Virginia, in her second final of the week. 4th in the 3-meter yesterday. Hoping she can climb at least one spot to get on the podium here tonight.
That's certainly going to help her cause. That was a great hurdle. It's big and powerful. It could be a little deeper in the pike position, but solid straight up and down. I was trying to avoid the announcer jinx before she did her last dive. I was like, I haven't seen her miss a dive where she hasn't been vertical, and the second to last one she did, and I was like, I'm glad I didn't say anything.
Yeah.
Coach Josh there pretty happy with that performance as well.
Finishes off her evening here.
Yeah.
And we're down to the final 3 divers, beginning with UNC's Emily Grund, the 5th-year senior, hoping to be on the podium for the 2nd straight evening.
Emily's also finishing with the back 1.5 somersaults with 1.5 twists. I love that. Nice job with her feet. You can see her feet cross just a little bit, or they separate in the middle of the air there, but then they get back together, and love the way she points her toes and how it goes in.
So now down to the last two. Mia Valle of Miami next. Again, the NCAA champion from last year, was second in the ACCs. And our last dive of the night here in this 1 meter springboard.
So you're going to see her do the forward 1.5 somersaults with 2 twists again at 2.6 degree of difficulty. So just a 10th higher than that back 1.5, 1.5. Really solid up and down entry, big, huge hurdle and jump, which we love to see that power. If anything, maybe a little loose in the knees as it goes through and washes over, and it maybe isn't quite square on the twist, a little off axis, as you can see that. It's kind of hard to tell from our angle, but I think the judges maybe thought that was just an inch past twisted.
And now the final dive of the night, and staring at her second win in the last 2 days, Aranza Vasquez Montano of North Carolina with her most difficult dive of the evening.
This is a reverse 2.5 somersault tuck. Looking for another one here. I love to see that emotion, but look, she's really high in her hurdle, just slightly over the end with her toes, but still in the water and gets it. Good kick. Ends up with the same total points as she did earlier today, and that 379.2, just behind the ACC record, but sets the meet record here that was held by Abby Johnson.
She gets the win, and we'll talk to Aranza Marquez Montano after this victory when we bring you back for some final thoughts from Greensboro. As we come back, it is Aranza Vasquez Montano of North Carolina getting the win in the women's 1 meter springboard diving competition. Mia Valle of Miami second, and Jennifer Bell of Virginia completing the podium in third. Aranza, we appreciate you joining us. Thanks for taking the time. Congratulations. And how would you evaluate your performance across all 6 dives here tonight?
Oh my God, I was dying. I was really nervous. Maybe you couldn't tell, but I was shaking. But I just trusted myself, trusted my corrections from my coach, and everything worked out.
It was so exciting to see you kind of go through that process. I know chasing that title, the first one, how does it feel to have your first ACC title on 1 meter? I know you've got them on 3 meter, but now you got one on 1 meter too.
It feels amazing. Since my freshman year, I wanted to win that board. Something happened. Same with sophomore year, but finally got it. I'm really happy and really excited.
Congratulations, great job. I know
Thank
you're not
you.
done for the weekend, but awesome work.
Thank you.
So she gets 2 wins in the last 2 days, and here now the standings at the end of the second day of competition here. North Carolina State sitting on top, followed by Virginia and Louisville. No surprise among those 3 teams. Virginia Tech 4th and UNC rounding out the top 5. Well, we're back here once again tomorrow evening at the ACC Swimming and Diving Championships, 5:30 p.m. on the ACC Network. So a fun first night of our coverage, but a full week of swimming on the menu and many exciting races still to come from here at the Greensboro Aquatic Center. And now for Amy Van Dyken and Jason Bauman, I'm Steve Schlanger. Thanks for joining us, everyone, and make sure you're back here tomorrow night for more action from the ACC Swimming and Diving Championships in Greensboro. This is the Greensboro Aquatic Center in Greensboro, North Carolina, where a full diet of swimming and diving is on the way this evening at the 2023 ACC Swimming and Diving Championships. The women will start things off this evening. Here are the current standings. Virginia, the two-time defending champions, out to the lead over Louisville as this night gets underway here in Greensboro. And again, a big night of swimming coming up. And with that, we now welcome you to our Night 2 coverage here of the ACC Swimming and Diving Championships. Steve Schlanger with the Olympic gold medalist Amy Van Dyken, and a lot of compelling, exciting, dramatic races on night number 1. As we shift the focus here for this evening, Amy, who sticks out and what races are you focusing on?
Well, I love the women's 100 butterfly. That's going to be a great race. We have got Gretchen Walsh, and we have also got Kate Douglas, who was just on fire last night. And then I'm also looking at the men's 100 fly. We've got Yosef Ramadan, who we're going to see again. So all the top performers from last night are showing up again tonight, and it is going to be en fuego.
Amy already speaking multi-languages here. That's the way this evening it kicks off. Here is the start list for the C final in the women's 400-yard IM. First event of the night. Meet record belongs to Ella Nelson, who we will see later in the A final. The senior from Virginia, and as you saw a moment ago, Virginia leading the way right now in the women's team standings.
Take your mark.
So off we go, Amy. A full night of swimming and diving here when it comes to this 400-yard IM. What strikes you about this particular event?
This is probably one of the most grueling events that you will find in swimming. It starts off with a 100 butterfly, which would exhaust a normal average athlete, but these athletes are going to continue and then do 100 backstroke, breaststroke, and freestyle. There's a lot of nuances in this race that I think are really, really fun to watch. So you got some of these swimmers who are really, really good at butterfly, and they've got to use that and take that to their advantage, which we're seeing right now in the water. But you also don't want to burn out too quick, Steve, right? So you've got a lot of adrenaline. This is a big swimming. You've got a big crowd. You're here. So, you got to kind of use that adrenaline and just let your body go. And right about here is when you're going to really start race planning, and this is where all the training comes in.
When you say race planning and the training comes in, how does it manifest itself here?
Well, you work on the different strokes for these swimmers who are swimming the IM in practice. They work on these transitions, they work on the turns, and they work on how grueling this race is in terms of building up lactic acid in their muscles during a swim practice to get used to what they're going to be feeling right here. So right here, we can have some of these swimmers who are probably hurting pretty bad right now, but their bodies are used to it, and it's flushing the lactic acid out very quickly because the body knows what it is and knows how to get rid of it.
16 lengths of the pool in this 400-yard event. 25 yards per length here at the Greensboro Aquatic Center, which is a terrific facility, largest of its kind in the entire nation, and the host of so many important and significant swimming championships at the collegiate and international level. Good look at the underwater angle and what these swimmers face.
Now we've got Ferris from North Carolina in lane 3, and she is leading right there. And she was great behind the block. She was raising her hands up, trying to get the crowd involved in this. She was just ready to go. She's been leading from the start, and she's actually having a great breaststroke leg and pulling even further ahead of these competitors.
Mary Kate Pruitt, the sophomore from Notre Dame, in lane 2 right next to her near the bottom of the screen. She's currently in second place here. Some other swimmers in lanes 6, 7, and 8, which are at the top of the screen, also making a move here. But now some separation starting to develop within the field.
And you're going to see that in the IMs. You could be great at breaststroke, not so good at backstroke. So when you have a strength, you want to really let it show. But also, I said in the 200 IM, I'm going to say it again. If you are ahead in the breaststroke, you get to freestyle before anybody else. Your lead will grow exponentially. We'll be able to see that right here as we turn into the freestyle. And if you can get going right here, you can actually come from behind and win if you can sprint it and pace it well.
So Aislinn Ferris, the freshman from UNC, and the only freshman here in this C final, leading most of the way here, and now trying to take it the distance in the C final of the women's 400-yard IM.
I'm not a big fan of how she's riding on that lane line right there. She is leading. She doesn't need to be doing that. It could be because in practice, they do circle swim. You swim down on the right, back on the left, and that might be what she's doing, but she's got to get off the lane line because right now, you've got a competitor who is riding her wake, and she could beat her.
Do you think she's fully aware of that, or sometimes do you kind of lose track of something like that?
I think sometimes you do lose track of something like that, especially at this point in this race.
Ferris hoping to hang on here, but really getting pushed. Boy, that was close at the end. Mary-Kate Pruitt coming on. The sophomore from Notre Dame in lane number 2. Can't quite get there, but finishes in second.
That was a great race. Ferris started off ahead. She continued being ahead. Look at her throwing those pumpers around, doing a little dance. It's always a good thing to do after a race is to have a dance break, I feel.
Really?
Always.
Isn't that sometimes energy that could go into your swimming later?
Well, sure, but you're done now, so all you have to do is really warm down. So I say break it down.
So the final results from the C with the B final coming up next. So the potential for the dance-off comes from these swimmers who are set to roll in the B final of the women's 400-yard IM. And this is a field that includes Ryan Hewlett, the native of Georgia, who is down in lane number 1 so far here this week in Greensboro. Finished 5th in the 500 free. And we also have the All-American Abby Harder in lane 4. Three-time All-American in lane 3 with Yara Hirath. And Mackenzie Campbell in lane 7. The Greensboro native and an NCAA championship participant on a couple of different occasions, but swimming in her hometown here in North Carolina at these ACC championships.
And Hewitt yesterday, we can see her. She is right there. She had a great, you were talking about her 500 free. She had a really nice 500 free. She is ready to race at this event, so she might have just kind of taken it easy this morning, but we'll see. She should, at least, if not win this heat, be right in the mix.
A lot of swimmers in the pool earlier warming up. Did you ever have an ideal amount of time that you wanted to spend in the pool warming up so you're fresh and feel like you're sharp but yet not overtrained?
Yes, I always did the same warm-up. I did 200 swim, 200 kick, 200 pull, 200 drill, 200 swim, and then I would work on my starts and turns. And that's what these athletes do. A lot of it can be superstition. A lot of my antics were superstition because I did it one time and I ended up winning, so it had nothing to do with my athletic ability. It had to do with the fact that I did the right warm-up or ate the right cereal that morning.
And what was the go-to cereal?
Oh, it had to be Golden Grahams.
Really?
Well, back in the day, yes.
Well, I would have,
Fruit
thought
Loops?
Tricks maybe? Fruity Pebbles?
That is more like me, absolutely.
Now this is pretty close at the front right now on the backstroke here in the B final.
Yeah, they're bunching up a little bit more than they were on the butterfly. And here we go into the breaststroke, and we're going to see some different techniques with breaststroke, which I just love. But the most important thing is you want to get that nice streamline out in front so that you can whip your kick. Now, with your kick, you don't want it to be too wide, you don't want it to be too narrow. It has to be just right. But these athletes are doing that, and just in a great fashion. You can see some of them are doing more of an undulation, like a butterfly movement, and some of them are flatter. And it just really is what is best for you. I always felt, for me, and I'm not a breaststroker, but flatter was better, but a lot of these athletes can get a good oomph out of that undulation.
Now, right now in lane number 5, it is Anna Meltzer. She's pretty much been leading here for the last several lengths of the pool and now trying to stretch that advantage.
She has really taken a lead on this last 25 of this breaststroke. She wants to hit that wall and get to that freestyle and just crank it.
The native of Germany, a three-time NCAA qualifier and All-American from a couple of years back. And now on to the free. And can they make up this lost time? She makes her final turn, and with a sizable lead at that. Will she get a challenge? It looks like she may have built up enough of a margin to hang on here.
She is really looking nice. Nice and flat. She's got those high elbows, getting a nice stretch out in the front of her stroke. And look at that white water behind her. She is just motoring. To have legs like that at the end of this race is very impressive.
The fifth-year senior from Florida State, one of two Seminoles in this race. And she's going to bring it home here to get the victory in the B final.
There was a race for second right there. Man, I'll tell you what, there were some great races going on within that whole entire race. But at the end, it was Metzler. Nice swim. Good congratulations to her teammate.
And this is the way they finished up here in the B final, with the A final on the way next.
We're going to have some fun in this final heat. We have got some racers that we are going to watch.
And as always, in the A final, they will parade the swimmers out onto the pool deck here. Build the drama, Amy, as we get set for the first A final of the evening, the women's 400-yard IM.
Well, this is television. We are all about the drama, so we got to, make it last as long as possible. But this was always nerve-wracking to me because, you're on a wet pool deck, and I was always afraid that I was going to slip and fall in front of the world.
I could see that with you.
Yeah, absolutely.
The meet record belongs to Ella Nelson from last year. Ella will be in lane 4 this evening. The senior from Virginia has the top time in the NCAAs, native of Nashville, Tennessee, an NCAA champion, 3-time All-American, and 2-time defending champion in this event alone. And there is the full lineup, lanes 1 through 8, bottom to the top of the screen. Also keep an eye on Abby Hay, the senior from Louisville, a 2-time All-American and the native of Pittsburgh. Here so far this week, she was 5th in the 200 IM.
Steve, I got to tell you, what is happening now with everybody just staying behind the blocks, nothing's happening, that is so nerve-wracking. All I used to think about was, let's go, I'm ready to go. So these athletes have to calm their nerves while they're back there.
I'm getting the feeling that you felt a lot of nerves back in your day. A bundle of nerves, I might say.
Yes, yes, I was a bundle of nerves. Yes, and it's so funny because everyone gets nervous at these events. It's a huge event, but it's how you use that, and I used to always say, I'm not nervous, I'm excited. I was nervous.
Just trying to channel it in the proper way.
That's right.
Also, don't forget about the very top of the screen, lane number 8, Dennis Erton, the freshman from Georgia Tech, who has already been a winner here. That was yesterday at the Swimming and Diving Championships. Not her specialty event, but as we have seen, sometimes you float out there on the margins, people kind of forget about you, you can make a run and kind of go under the radar for a little while.
Absolutely.
Now at the moment, in lane 5, it is Abby Hay, the senior from Louisville, who has the slight lead over Ella Nelson in lane number 4. A pair of seniors out front.
Both of their backstrokes really nice. I know this is a long event. I know it's a grueling event, and I am just going to nitpick on this a little bit. I do wish that they would snap their legs over on those backstroke turns just a little bit faster. You can see right there. There we go. But Ella Nelson still, she can get a little bit more whip on that.
How's this setting up for Nelson right now?
You know, right now I think she looks really good. She's hanging back. She looks really comfortable. And I think heading into this breaststroke, she may want to be a little bit closer to Abby. However, she's still looking really good. But Abby Hay in lane 5, look at her. Her lead is just growing with every single stroke that she's taking.
Ella Nelson in lane number 4, not letting her run away though here. Keeping close, and now just about pulling even.
Yeah, this is where we're going to see this race kind of come into focus a little bit. And this is going to be exciting because these two young ladies are really strong at the back half of this 400 IM.
It looks like it's going to be these two head-to-head for the win. And the top step of the podium here, getting some distance between themselves and the others. Nelson pulling ahead in the race and into first place for the first time.
Her breaststroke is so great. Look at how she stretches out front and just lets that kick glide her. And then she rounds that corner and squeezes in to get her hands out in front again. So well, she just is great. She's very low on the water as well. There are some swimmers who will actually get their arms up and out of the water. She's keeping them nice and low in the water. Oh, look at that. It's almost like she feels like she's got her chin tucked in. Beautiful body position.
And now extending her lead here. And what an advantage going out on the freestyle with this kind of margin over the rest of the field. And all of the Virginia Cavaliers coming to life here at the Greensboro Aquatic Center as this who is out front and stretching the advantage.
Oh, here we go, the last 50. This is just all of your training, all guts, all glory. Just get it done. Everyone is going absolutely crazy because we also have an amazing race for second and third place going on.
They want to see another record. Ella Nelson set the meet record here a year ago in this event at the ACC Championships, 4:02.11. Now headed for home. She's going to win big. A massive victory.
She got the meet record. Great job.
3 consecutive ACC victories in the women's 400-yard IM for the senior from Virginia, Ella Nelson.
What a great race she swam. Yes, Ella, you should smile at that. Great time and really a well-swum race. I mean, to come from behind after the backstroke and just dominate that breaststroke, man, that was impressive.
She goes sub 4 minutes here. Knocked a few seconds off her own meet record from a year ago. With Grace Shebley of North Carolina State in second, Abby Hay slipped to third after leading early for Louisville.
Oh, look at her reaction. Yes, I love that. I love seeing that unbridled joy. Spectacular. And again, sportsmanship is just so visible here on the pool deck and of course in all of college sports, and it's so good to see.
So we will speak with her momentarily. Always the best part about the swimming interviews. You pull them right out of the pool, stick the headset on them, they're gasping for air, can barely breathe, and you make them do the interview. But you know what? That's why TV is so important.
Absolutely.
And joined now by the winner, Ella Nelson. Ella, such a demonstrative victory here, a new meet record, beating your own mark from a year ago. Did you feel this coming at the start of the race?
Oh, not at the start of the race necessarily. Not going to lie, the fly is a little bit of a struggle for me. But getting under that 4-minute mark has been on my mind for a really long time, so I'm really, really excited about that.
So you swam such a great race. That breaststroke leg was just amazing. How do you feel with that going into NCAAs in a few weeks?
Yeah, I mean, I can always give a little bit of a sigh of relief once I flip on that back to breaststroke. Breaststroke has always been a little bit of my comfort spot on that race. So, yeah, just excited for what's to come for NCAAs, hoping I can get a little bit faster in the next 4 weeks and do it all again for the Hoos.
All right, Ella, congratulations.
Thank you.
Done.
Thanks.
Our first winner in an A final this evening. When we come back, the men in the pool for the first time with their 400-yard IM. Back in Greensboro, North Carolina State set a record at this event last year. They are in first once again here. The Wolfpack, the top-ranked team nationally among ACC squads coming into these championships. And right now just ahead of Louisville as the men's swimming commences here with the 400-yard IM and the start list for the C final. All right, so as the swimmers get set here, we have 3 races, the C, the B, and the A final. What will stand out about the men's version of this IM that might be a little different than what we just saw with the women?
You know, the only difference is the times will be faster, but they're going to do exactly the same thing that the women did. You want to hold back on that first 50 and use your best stroke to your advantage.
Take your mark.
3 freshmen in this group, just 1 senior among the 8 swimmers. Our second night of coverage here at the ACC Swimming and Diving Championships here in Greensboro. Terrific facility, great town. They call it Tournament Town for all of the various major championships that are held here, including the ACC men's basketball tournament and so many of the other sports. The ACC headquarters are here, so this is a very important town when it comes to this conference, and no better facility to have this event in. And just getting started here on night number 2.
We're just finishing up this butterfly leg. Everyone's still kind of bunched together. That's to be expected as we go into the backstroke. And you know, the backstroke is just, it's so unique because as they're going down the way that they're going, they really can't see much, but as they make this turn right here, they can actually look and see the scoreboard and see their splits and their time and where they're at and if they need to go faster. It is so cool.
Is there any issue with water in the goggles or something like that? But can you actually see it clearly enough to know exactly what's going on?
Yeah, you can see it clearly. Absolutely. It's almost like a football player on the field. You see them all looking at the Jumbotron to watch the play. That's what these swimmers are going to do as they make this turn right here. And I think it's really, really neat. And I've asked some backstrokers, do you really do that? And every one of them that I've asked has said, absolutely yes.
The one stroke where you can assess your form and figure out what you might want to do differently if you need to make a change and where your other competitors are. But now he is on to the breaststroke here, and you see how long they stay underwater before emerging.
There was something really interesting on that exchange. A lot of times you'll see swimmers do that back to breaststroke exchange and they'll do a flip turn. Most of the guys in this heat did an open turn. I don't know why that is. It's very interesting to me, and I'm going to be honest, at this level, I've rarely seen that.
Tyler Christensen, the junior from Notre Dame, is the leader right now. He's up in lane number 6, which is towards the top of the pool. Also the top of your screen. What would be a reason for doing that kind of turn?
Well, the flip turn is very hard to learn how to do. It takes a lot of energy, a lot of breath, but it really is the faster way to go. So I'm not quite sure. I'm going to have to go down on the deck later and talk to some coaches and ask what was going on.
Boy, he is really pulling away here. The junior from the Fighting Irish, one of 2 Notre Dame swimmers here in this race, but he is leaving the field behind.
I mean, he really is. It's like the battle is for second at this point because he's so far ahead, really looking really nice and relaxed. It looks like he's just out for a Sunday swim, but you know that he's cranking.
We haven't seen so many big leads in the C finals so far in any race.
This is great.
He's putting one down.
He is. It's going to be nice for him to look at the times for the B and the A finals and see where he could have been. You know, that's always fun to do.
Tyler Christensen, a decisive win here in the C final. James Plage, the junior from North Carolina State, getting second, but a distant second at that.
You know, when you saw Tyler finish there, and you can see it's happening right now, swimmers always will look at the scoreboard a few times if they're really happy or really upset with their swim. I think he was really happy.
You either want to look and confirm that it's as good as you think, or stare at it and wonder why that number popped up. It can't be that bad.
Right, and you want to know what your coach is going to yell at you for when you get up to see him.
So it's Tyler Christensen, top time here in the C final, and on to the B coming up next.
Oh, you can see the exhaustion in his face, too.
And the lane assignments for this consolation race in the 400-yard IM. And all 8 swimmers set to go. In lane number 6, Will Gallant is the native of Connecticut, who has already been 4th in the 500 free, his best time at this event here in 2023, just missing out on a podium place. Pair of freshmen in the middle of the pool, Jackson Millard of Louisville and also Nils Bogner of Georgia Tech. Only senior, way up at the top of the screen, Jack Fitzpatrick of Notre Dame.
These butterflies are looking really great, just nice and relaxed. And right here in the butterfly, you want to really start getting your hips up. Your hips are what actually throw your arms forward. So you want to use less arm and more hip as you head into the turn going into the backstroke.
Now the lead here at the bottom of the screen in lanes 1 and 2. Jack Doyle, lane 1, the sophomore from Boston College, and Aiden Kriske, a sophomore from UNC.
Got some outside smokers here tonight already, I see.
And lane 8 at the top of the screen. Jack Fitzpatrick still swimming well.
You know, you can see some of the different types of strokes, right? So you can have a faster turnover, a slower turnover. There's one thing that you do not want to do in backstroke, and that is bounce up and down, and that's really hard to get good swimmers to not do, is to bounce up and down.
Why would you do that? How does that happen?
Because when you're throwing your arms backwards, right, you're kind of throwing them back so far that it almost undulates your body, and it will actually slow you down. You want to maintain just like a flatness on the water. Leave the undulation to the butterflyers. Oh, here we go. Last brushstroke turn. We're going into the freestyle right here.
And in lane number 2, Kriske still hanging on. A little more breaststroke to go. I know you're getting ahead of yourself. You like the free.
I do. Well, I got very excited. I really did. This is awesome. This is just such a fun race right now. Because it's anybody's race. It truly is.
Now up in lane number 5, Nils Bogner of Georgia Tech now making a move. And this will be the turn that you've been waiting for, Amy.
Here we go. This is what I was excited for. And look at that. Nils just sped up that last 25 at that brushstroke.
He's got the yellow cap, upper left-hand corner of your screen, and the white cap here at the bottom. That is Kriski of UNC. So it's lane 2 right now against lane number 5. That's for the win. And the Tar Heel, the sophomore from Chapel Hill, making the turn, still hanging on to the lead, but it's a slight one.
Oh, this is exciting right here. Just give it all you have got. You've got to hit this turn, bounce off that wall, and just forget about everything and just swim.
Bognar made a good turn in lane number 5. The freshman making a surge. Almost stroke for stroke as they come down to the wall, but it is going to be the sophomore from UNC, Aiden Kriski, who gets the victory in a tightly fought B final.
Oh, that is awesome. It's so cool to see the team go crazy. Oh, yes. Throw that pumper. And watch the end of this race. Look at how tight it was. We had a tie last night. It almost looks like we were going to have a tie again, but we did not. It was very close. What a great finish by those gentlemen. Awesome, awesome job.
One of the most hotly contested races so far here this evening. And the Tar Heel coming out on top.
Oh, you can see the exhaustion in their face as they're walking by.
And now the swimmers for the A final in this men's 400-yard IM.
That is awesome. Virginia Tech walking out together. Cool.
Both the meet and conference records set some time ago. Nothing in the last half dozen years here. So an opportunity for one of these swimmers to punch through. The senior from Notre Dame is Jack Hoagland. He'll be in lane number 4, the native of Albuquerque. Owns the team record in this event and was the ACC's most valuable swimmer from a couple of years ago. He is the favorite here in this A final. Full lineup.
And you know, you see some of these swimmers smacking themselves, and you know, you can see the guys, their chest gets all red. There is a reason for that. Yes, you are nervous. Yes, you are trying to move, but it is also stimulating your neuromuscular system to get your body ready to go from standing still behind the block to going all out in this race.
Swimmers from all over the country in this race. Georgia, North Carolina, New Mexico, and then international swimmers from Spain and Canada as well, represented in this 8-swimmer field.
Take your mark.
I love watching Jack, who we've been talking about from Notre Dame, and he is going to be in the middle of your screen right there because his butterfly is very flat. When I say flat, I mean there's not a ton of undulation that you are seeing above the water. It's almost like he's dragging his chin across the water, and really it does look flatter. It's not necessarily flatter because if you watch him underwater, he looks exactly the same as everybody else.
What's the key to making that happen?
To being flat, you just want to drag your chin. You want to pretend like you're dragging your chin and your fingertips across the water. And some people are really, really good at it. Some people need to have a lot more undulation. You can see right there under the water. Great shot. Thank you, guys. You can see how they all looked the same under the water, basically.
On to the backstroke now. Sean Fakish in lane 8, which is at the top of the screen. Has the 5th best time in program history for Notre Dame in the 200 back. He has some work to do, though, to make up some time. Right now, Hoagland's still looking good in lane number 4, and also in lane 7, Kyle Ponsler, the freshman from NC State, off to a promising start as well.
Right here, we're going to see these guys separate each each other out a little bit more as we're heading into the second half of this 400. Nice backstrokes. You want to pretend like your spine is the axis that you're rotating around. Tuck your chin into your chest.
That was a big turn there in lane 6. Nico Garcia, the sophomore from Virginia Tech and native of Madrid, Spain. And also in lane 7, Kyle Ponsler, still swimming well, the native of Indiana. At the Olympic trials back in 2021, was a qualifier in this 400 IM. Part of the U.S. National Junior International team.
Now look at this, Jack Hoagland, lane 4 from Notre Dame. This is where he is going to make his mark on this race. He has got a tremendous breaststroke. Look at that underwater pullout. My goodness, he went so far, popped up ahead, and look at how low he is on the water. It's just like his butterfly. Just like, you know, taking it nice and easy. I say that sitting up here. He is really working hard, and look at that, underwater. See how he's so low right there in the water? It almost looks like he can't breathe. But he's making like a little cup of water that he's breathing through as we head here into the freestyle.
He starts with the lead in that white cap, middle of the screen, in the middle of the pool. Hoagland, the senior from Notre Dame, trying to stretch the advantage. But lanes 5, 6, and 7 aren't going quietly.
No, they're not. They are right up there and racing him. I'm going to tell you what, Jack Hoagland has got to hit these turns faster. He's kind of loping into them, going over easy. You got to whip over that. You got to get your heels to your butt as fast as you can. Let's see if he can do it on this final turn.
Nico Garcia in second, the native of the Spanish capital. He's trying to make a charge, but Hoagland holding everyone off right now. Jack Hoagland, the conference's most valuable swimmer a couple of years ago. The Albuquerque native is a winner once more here in the men's 400-yard IM.
Yes, throw the pumpers, gentlemen. Smack the water. You deserve it. That's like the best feeling in the world when you can just hit that water like that and just, yes, I did that.
Well, let's go back to the start of the race and the butterfly, which got him started.
Yeah, and I want to show you this. So if we're looking at him right in the middle, right there. You know how I love to draw my pictures. And, you know, he held back a little bit, but his stroke is so flat on the water. I really love it. And look at this brushstroke turn. Look at that tight streamline. You can almost see his shoulder blades like popping out. And here we go. It led to this amazing finish. I think it was a little bit tighter than he wanted it to be, but still an outstanding swim. And he loves it. Yes, he does. Whipping that cap off, just celebrating, throwing pumpers to the Notre Dame Fighting Irish.
So he'll dry off, and we'll get a word momentarily with the new winner. Hoagland ahead of the Spaniard from Virginia Tech and Owen Lloyd, who made the late move for NC State to also climb up onto the podium.
Tell you what, Nico Garcia from Virginia Tech really was pushing there at the end. If we had 5 more yards, he may have taken it. But alas, he did not.
And we are now joined by the winner, Jack Hoagland. Jack, congratulations.
Thank you.
What stroke do you think made the difference for you?
I think it was my back and brush stroke. Turn was a little wonky, gonna have to correct that. But hard race, great competitors. First and foremost, all glory to God. I really was praying through that race. I remember on the last 100, I was like, oh, give me the strength to do this. And he did, so all glory to him.
Now I have to ask, when you were done, you were doing the Fighting Irish double pumpers. Do you guys practice that as well as starts and turns?
We do not practice that, but it's something we should. It's our new kind of slogan, I guess, that we're going to keep doing, a new tradition to bring to Notre Dame. And it's looking great for us so far. Shout out to Chris Gugliano and that 50 Freaks for doing it.
Jack, well done. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Jack Hoagland, the winner in the men's 400-yard IM. now the women's 100-yard fly is on the way, and that means the American record holder, Kate Douglas, in the pool to compete. Also the defending champion here in the NACCs. Current women's standings here at the ACC Swimming and Diving Championships. Virginia, top-ranked team nationally among all ACC squads, looking for another title here at the conference championships ahead of Louisville and NC State right now as we roll on to the women's 100-yard butterfly. Irish faithful in Greensboro. No surprise, I guess.
Love it.
With St. Patrick's Day just around the corner now, so the Irish gearing up for their biggest holiday of the year. And now the C final in this women's 100-yard fly. Of course, when we get to the A final, all eyes will be on Kate Douglas of Virginia, the conference meet and American record holder in this event. And there is Notre Dame's Renee Gillian, the freshman, one of 3 freshmen in this C final.
And again, hanging out behind the blocks. Just getting ready to go.
4 lengths of the pool here in the 100-yard fly. Much different than the A final, where instead of parading out, you just warm up by the blocks there, so you spend a lot more time in that area before you jump in. So either an opportunity for the nerves to build or for you just to kind of get in your space and ready to race.
That's right.
Take your mark.
Ooh, lane 5 had a slowish start. It was kind of interesting. You know, one thing that's really cool to see about watching women's swimming is the women get very into team spirit, so much so that if you look at their fingernails, they paint them their school colors, which is so fun.
You're saying the men don't do that?
And they do not paint their fingernails. I think they're more of a toenail kind of thing.
Yeah, the pedicure is very popular right here.
It really is. They're lovely. Here we go, coming up to this very last turn of this short 100 butterfly. And I'll tell you what, at that turn, all you want to do is just stop, take a breath, but you can't. You've got to bounce off of it. All these ladies did that. Now we've got to just put our head down, get your hips up and drive to the wall.
Caroline Barrett in lane 2, the freshman from Louisville, getting the win here in this C final.
Oh, yes. You definitely deserve that, Caroline. We love you too, girlfriend.
And the final results with Barrett, Halab-Gilliland, and Yendell in the top 3. And now here are your swimmers for the B final in the women's 100-yard butterfly. And a very versatile field and international one at that. 5 different countries in the 8 lanes in the pool. The US, Canada, Sweden, Norway, and Turkey, all represented here.
Take your mark.
Also very top heavy in terms of classes. You've got 4 seniors, 1 junior.
You know, the beginning of this race, you really want to take that first 25 nice and easy because you've got all these nerves, you've got an excitement, you've got adrenaline. Let that drag you through that first part of the race. Now, right here is where you're really going to have to start concentrating, getting your hips up to fly those arms forward.
Well, lane 2 won the C final. Also leading in the B final right now, Jenny Halton, the junior from Florida State. But boy, look how even it is now. Lanes 2, 3, and 4. Holden, Nobeline, Van Aert. Coming to the wall together, and it looks like it will be lane number 4, Ellie Vanat, the senior from North Carolina. And she just pulled ahead there in the final strokes.
You know, something interesting about Ellie is that she wears a nose plug, but also she does a side breathe. So instead of breathing forward, she breathes to the side. There was a very famous Olympian, Mel Stewart, who did that, won the 200 butterfly in Barcelona. I used to try to do it because I wanted to be like Mel, but Ellie did a great job at doing that. Not everybody can do it, and she did it really well.
She's on top of the standings here. North Carolina, Virginia, and Notre Dame in the top 3 as we now look ahead to the A final here in the 100-yard fly.
And this is a star-studded heat right here. I mean, the who's who of women's swimming in the ACC is in this event right now. We've got Olympians, we've got record holders, world champions. This is going to be fun.
And it's all led by Kate Douglas, the senior from Virginia. She's got the meet record, the conference record, and the American record. She'll be in lane number 4, the 21-year-old from New York. Also an Olympic bronze medalist in the 200 IM. Gretchen Walsh, though, right alongside. She's in lane number 6. Her sister, Alex, of course, swimming here at these ACC Swimming and Diving Championships as well. And Gretchen, an NCAA champion in this event.
The energy in this natatorium tonight, Steve, is just incredible. I didn't think that we could beat last night, but this is pretty good.
Gabby Albiero is also in lane number 4, the junior from Louisville, swimming for her father, the head coach of the Louisville squad. So this should be good. Box office names, short race, a lot of energy and intensity here in the pool for the 100-yard fly, A final.
Take your mark.
Here we go. Staying underwater. If you see that red buoy that they just passed, they have to be up by that red buoy, and almost every single one of these ladies popped up right at that red buoy.
Now right now it's lane number 6, Gretchen Walsh, slight lead over Kate Douglas, who is next to her in lane number 5. Walsh and Douglas making the turn almost stroke for stroke.
They actually were tied at that first 50, so let's see what happens here in the second 50.
Boy, also dead even here, making the critical turn. Douglas trying to pull ahead in lane number 5. Walsh stayed underwater a long time, losing ground. Douglas pulling ahead. And it's going to be Kate Douglas, the winner once again here in the 100-yard fly. Gretchen Walsh, the NCAA champion, taking second place.
I mean, we just saw Kate Douglas go 48.84. She just broke the meet record, the conference record, the pool record. The record for me putting my shoes on. I want to show you this last turn. Watch, right there. There is Walsh. She was actually ahead until this turn. That turn was way too slow. You've got to get your hand to your ear quickly. And look at this finish. That's where Kate Douglas really just dove into that wall and streamlined. I'll tell you what, that was a fun race to watch for sure.
The Honda Award winner for the sports top swimmer last year, ACC Swimmer of the Year as well. And once again, a new mark for Kate Douglas, meet record for Gretchen Walsh as well. That's how good those two Virginia teammates were, swimming side by side in lanes 5 and 6 for the Cavaliers.
It's like we rush these swimmers all around. They finish and then we're like, go to the awards, go talk to Steve and Amy, let's get it done, go. And
the winner joining us now, Kate, quite a battle with your teammate Gretchen. as it unfolded. Were you nervous at all? You guys were pretty close there until the end.
Yeah, I mean, I think both of us were nervous before that race, but we were excited because we were swimming next to each other and we just wanted to give it our all, try to go 1 and 2 in that.
Well, let's talk about this 48.8. So you've got the meet, the conference, the American, the NCAA record. I mean, that's got to bode well going into NCAAs.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really excited about that. I definitely wasn't expecting to do that at this meet, so I'm really excited to see what I can do at NCAAs.
Now, we wish you the best of luck and well done here this evening.
Thank you.
Kate Douglas, the women 100-yard fly winner. Ramadan of the men's 100-yard butterfly coming up. The defending champion next. We bring you back to the Greensboro Aquatic Center in Greensboro, North Carolina. As the ACC Swimming and Diving Championships continue, North Carolina State still leading on the men's side over Louisville and Notre Dame. As we move on to the men's 100-yard butterfly. C final up first. And coming up later in the A final, Yusuf Ramadan, the meet and conference record holder. But here are the starters and the lane assignments for the C final, which is up first. Pair of swimmers from Florida State right in the middle of the pool. Also teammates from Notre Dame set to feature here. 2 seniors, 2 juniors, 1 freshman among the swimmers.
Take your mark.
Start always so much more impactful and critical when you have such a short race like this.
It really is. It's so important. That's why sprinters work on starts and turns all the time, because it is so important.
Pretty even race here at the midpoint. Now lane number 2. Now Abdurrahman El Arabi, the junior from Louisville, swimming well here, holding a lead in the white cap near the bottom of the screen. Lane number 3, though, coming on. Tate Bacon, the freshman from Notre Dame. And coming up to the wall, it is going to be El Arabi who gets the victory.
I'll tell you what, you could see the pain as he was finishing those last few strokes. It was like the piano jumped on his back, but he's not rested. As you can tell, he's not shaved. He's going to probably shave and taper for NCAAs. He swam a great race, led from the beginning, and he actually was very unique, did not stay underwater as long as the other gentleman in his heat. So, you know, that's unusual to see. Usually they all kind of pop up together, and he had a great race.
Saw him get a victory last night, a guy who's been through so much over the last year and bouncing back here at these championships in 2023 as the B final is up next.
Remember, all of these swimmers are scoring points for their team. So even if they get, you know, a time that they don't like, a position that they don't like, if they're swimming tonight, they're getting a point for their team.
Well, among the swimmers to watch here, the junior from Pitt, Marcin Gorac, the native of Krakow, Poland. He's in lane number 8, which will be at the top of the screen.
Take your mark.
Again, you'll see that flash on the start, and that is actually for our hearing impaired swimmers, if we happen to have any. They actually go on the light, and a lot of hearing swimmers have kind of learned to watch that because they say that it's a few thousandths of a second faster, so I guess whatever it takes, right?
The visual faster than the audio when it comes to that.
Yes, and I guess if it makes you feel like you're faster, you're faster.
Lane number 3 with Arsenio Bustos, the sophomore from North Carolina State, in front at the final turn, now trying to close it out here. He was a winner last night. looking for back-to-back victories on consecutive nights here in Greensboro, and he wins the B final.
I'll tell you, the Wolfpack from NC State has had quite a night tonight. They are excited. They're going to need to have some Gatorade or some Powerade, whatever it is. They're going to need to rehydrate, electrolyte up, because they have worked hard. I'm talking about their cheering section, not necessarily the athletes.
Bring out the orange slices.
Do you remember that in soccer? I miss
Of course.
those.
Now Bustos, the winner here as we finish off the B final. And now just one more race in the 100-yard fly here this evening. That is the men's A final. And here they come.
You've got some of these swimmers wearing their own headsets, listening to their own music before they go out, because you would hate it if it was a song that they were marching you out to that really you did not like.
Kind of disrespectful, though, to not listen to Bon Jovi, I'm just going to say.
I mean, I would fully agree with you on that one. Bon Jovi was the jam.
Youssef Ramadan, meet and conference record set last year. He'll be in lane 4 this evening. The junior from Virginia Tech, hailing from Egypt, and was 16th in the 100-meter butterfly at the Olympic Games in Tokyo. And the 20-year-old, also an African record holder in several events. Big favorite here, swimming in the middle of the pool.
He's got the top time in the NCAA this year so far. So we'll see if he can improve on that.
Also next to him in lane 5, Aiden Hayes, the swimmer from Norman, Oklahoma, sophomore at North Carolina State. One of 3 Wolfpack in this race, all swimming next to each other. Third best time in program history for Hayes, who was just outside the top 5 at the NCAAs last year in this race. So Ramadan lane 4, Hayes lane 5.
For these gentlemen, this is going to be an all-out sprint, but you cannot sacrifice technique.
Take your mark.
Everybody came up right at that buoy where they have to come up at this wall, and you've got to bounce off. The thing is, you don't want your arm flailing above you. You want it to go right by your ear and just spin around and get it. Look at Ramadan. He is having a great race.
He is the leader at the midpoint. And we've heard there is a violation. We'll find out who it is. Last turn in this race, Youssef Ramadan, the meet and conference record holder, the leader in lane 4, right in the middle of the screen. The junior from Virginia Tech, gonna go wire to wire to get the victory here in the men's 100-yard fly.
43.93, which is just 3/100ths off the meet record and the conference record. That was awesome.
Hailing from Egypt, and a lot of international experience that he brings to the ACC championships, and this is how he produced the win.
And watch right there, when he rests a little bit more, you'll be able to see his booty getting out of the water a little bit more. Great finish, though. It's always hard in butterfly because if you hit it wrong, you're either going to be too short or too long. And you don't want to eat the wall and be too short. You'd rather be too long and streamline in there, and that's what he did, and it worked out great.
Well, the results aren't official as of yet. Told there could be a violation here. They're sorting that out at the moment.
Normally you can see an official talking to a swimmer or something so you can kind of figure out who it was and what it was, but like you said, we have no idea. I don't see officials talking to anybody.
Well, the infraction is not on the winner, so we'll figure that out later. In the meantime, Youssef Ramadan about to join us here after his victory. Youssef, congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
You looked so dominant in that race. Did you feel like you were at your best as well?
I don't know, but the first wall, it was so long, and then the 50, my hands got like stuck. I don't know, but it was all right. But what's it called? Sorry, I was saying like, sorry. Like I have to come here and fight for a team like this, and for the people at home, for the people that are in the stands that came all the way from home, you know, it's a shame if I don't fight for them, and I handed my 100%, you know, so I'm pretty happy with that.
Well, I'm sure they all know that you fought for them and you fought your heart out, because the way that you were breathing, that was a great race and really well swum. Congratulations and best of luck at NCAAs.
Youssef Ramadan, the winner here. The women's 200-yard freestyle on the way as we continue from the ACCs in Greensboro, North Carolina. Here are the official results now from the men's 100-yard butterfly from just a few moments ago. Youssef Ramadan going wall to wall to get the win for Virginia Tech. Aiden Hayes, one of 3 North Carolina State Wolfpacks, next in the standings 2 through 4. Before we head into the final women's race of the evening, here are the standings. UVA on top of Louisville, NC State, North Carolina, and Duke in the top 5. And the final women's event of the night is the 200-yard freestyle, with the C final coming up first. And this is how the lane assignments lay out for seniors among the swimmers here in a race where many of the top marks still belong to Missy Franklin from 8 years ago. Later on in the A final, Alex Walsh, the sister of Gretchen, who we saw earlier almost pull out a win, she'll be featured, along with Emma Atkinson, the junior from Virginia Tech, and Abby Webb, the junior from NC State. But first up, 2 other races, beginning with this C final.
They're trying to get their last-minute cheers in.
8 lengths of the pool here in this 200-yard free. As we finish with the women and the men in this event before moving on to the diving to close out the night. It'll be the 3-meter coming up in just a little while.
Right now we've got pretty much everyone's even, right? Here's the thing with the 200. Everyone's going to do it differently. Some of these ladies are going to want to sprint the whole thing. If you look at a Katie Ledecky, she sprints the whole thing. Some of the other women are going to try to descend by 50s. Some of them are going to do it by hundreds. So we'll have to watch how this race changes hands as we see the different strategies come in. And again, it's not that long of a race.
And how do you determine strategy? Is it physiology, what your body can handle? How do you determine what approach you want to take?
Yeah, you would definitely, it's definitely how your body is made. Everyone's made differently. Also your training. So, you know, some of these ladies, it looks like they've kind of been breaking it into hundreds, whereas for myself, I wouldn't have broken into anything because this is too far and I would have needed one of those counters because it's longer than 2 lengths.
Somebody to drag you along as well, too, right? Like a tow-in surfer?
That would be great. A motorboat would be lovely, yes. But these ladies are doing it so well.
Amy Draglin, a senior from UNC right now. Up in lane number 5, looking pretty good.
Can she hold on? Because look at that up above her in lane 8, her teammate.
She'll get it though.
Yep.
The Tar Heel comes out on top.
I mean, with a name like Amy, seriously.
Oh, come on. If it was a rare name, maybe. but it's pretty common.
You're not buying it?
No,
Okay.
no, not for a second. So North Carolina occupying the top 2 spots here in the C final for the women's 200 free. And now the start list for the B final. Maddie Donahoe, one of 3 Virginia Cavaliers here in this race. A pair of Louisville swimmers. And Virginia, again, continuing to dominate on the women's side, as they have for the last few years. Cavalier program always producing so much talent and more in the pipeline.
And their coach, Todd DeSorbo, he takes a very different approach to swimming than a lot of other coaches, and he's having a lot of success. He doesn't really focus a lot on, the wins or the times or anything like that. He wants all of his athletes to go out there and swim as well as they can, do the best they can, have fun, have good team spirit, and I'll tell you what, it has really proved to be the ticket over there. He's doing a great job. He's in his 6th year already.
And when you foster a culture that has that kind of success, it makes sense because you see the results will follow if you adopt that philosophy.
Yep, absolutely. And then you've got all these other athletes who are up and coming into college and they want to swim for that. So that he's getting amazing recruits.
Now in lane 5 right now, it is Claire Tuggle of Virginia, the freshman. Now getting a race from lane number 4's Sarah Shackelford, the senior from Virginia Tech.
Both of those ladies are on the lane lines right on each other, and I am not a fan of that because you've got to swim down the middle. You don't want to have someone riding your wake. You don't want to use all of your energy for yourself and someone else. Get off the lane lines.
My Shackelford a slight lead, but this one could be close and going all the way down to the wall. Now lane number 3 coming on, Maxine Parker, the junior from Virginia. And she pulls ahead at the end. Maxine Parker gets the victory coming from behind on the final length.
Wow, she held back that entire race until that last 50, and she just let it fly. That was a well-swum race.
So Virginia with 3 swimmers in the top 5 places, led by Parker, who gets the victory with the A final now coming up here in the final women's race of the night overall.
So if you're wondering where they're coming from right now, there's a ready room that is behind that wall that says ACC all over it. And basically you've got to be there a certain amount of time before the race. At an international meet, it's 30 minutes. At an event like this, it could be 10 to 15, but you've all got to be back there in that room together, and then you march out together.
Alex Walsh, the junior from Virginia. We saw her sister Gretchen racing earlier. And Alex, an Olympic silver medalist in the 200-meter IM from Tokyo. Also a gold medalist from the World Championships last year. The swimmer who was born in Nashville, and her mother, a one-time captain of the Boston College swim team. And her challengers on both sides of lane number 4. Besides Walsh, who could be a surprise candidate for the podium here?
We've got quite a few of them. I mean, Emma Atkinson, I say just for her wearing a different color suit, she could be out there. But in all seriousness, she is a great swimmer from Virginia Tech, so she could be in there, you know, as well as Amy Canny in lane 6 from UVA. She's also a very strong middle distance swimmer. There's Atkinson. little calm before the race.
Someone else to consider in lane 6, Amy Canny, the native of South Africa, won the 800-yard freestyle relay and extending a streak of ACC championships in the event to 16 straight for Virginia. So part of that powerhouse squad.
Alex Walsh looks so good right now. I know it's only the first 50. Calm down, Amy. But she looks really nice. That traditional Walsh stroke, high elbows, nice rotation from side to side. She's got great turns. She gets over quickly. She's got her heels to her butt. She pushes off on her back, which takes less time because then you can turn over onto your stomach as you're streamlining through the water. Just like that right there.
Boy, Walsh looking good here.
She is looking spectacular. Look at how high she is riding in the water right now. And I know she's not rested. What happens is when you taper a swimmer, they actually get higher on the water. The really good swimmers, like Alex Walsh that we're seeing right there, they actually can get their body to almost, I guess, float on the water as they're swimming through it. And that's how you're a fast swimmer. Oh, beautiful shot. I love that with the dolphin kicks.
Extending her advantage here. Right now in second, it is the South African Amy Canny up in lane number 6. But out front, it is all Alex Walsh, the junior from Virginia. Looking to lead start to finish, an NCAA champion, an ACC champion, and adding one more conference title here tonight in the women's 200-yard free.
Oh, great. Let's take a look at her stroke. I love her stroke. Do you see what I'm talking about? How high she is in the water. You can see almost her whole back out of the water. High elbows. Look at this turn from under the water. I love the underwater shots. Look at her turn. She gets into that tight ball. And see how she's rotating from her back onto her stomach as she's streamlining? That's how you do it. And watch this finish. Gonna dive into the wall. Fingertip touch. Really nice job.
Just 3 100ths off the meet record as well.
Taking a little while to get out of the water. I think these ladies are exhausted. I mean, swimming that fast this time of year absolutely is exhausting. Because a lot of these women are still in like heavy, heavy training, heavy weight room until they get a little closer to NCAA championships.
So the two Virginia swimmers, Walsh and Canny, occupying the top 2 spots in the standings. Emma Atkinson of Virginia Tech sharing the podium here in this A final. And poised to speak with our winner, Alex Walsh, momentarily.
Just got to get all the congratulations first. I don't know, you see that little tag on the back of her swimsuit? I just want to explain that. There was a swimsuit era where they actually had swimsuits that made you float, and I was explaining that good swimmers can do that themselves. So now there are suits that have to be approved by the international governing body of FINA, and if they're approved, they get that little stamp of approval on there, and you can't swim in a race without that.
Hi.
Alex, well done. What made the difference? Evaluate your swim here this evening.
I think the main difference that I wanted to do compared from this morning was just take it out a lot faster, and it was pretty easy to do that when you have a stacked field in the A final. So yeah, I felt it on that last 25, but really happy how the race turned out.
Well, you swam like you didn't feel it, but let's talk about your team right now. Virginia, you guys are just so supportive of each other. What does it mean to you to be a part of this team?
I mean, I think for me, especially this year, it's just meant everything. It hasn't been exactly the easiest year, so I think ACCs is a great reminder for me of why I'm doing it and who I'm doing it for. And that's my teammates, like you said. Go Hoos, baby.
All right, Alex, thanks a lot. Well done.
Thank you.
Coming up, the defending champion and conference record holder Luke Miller for the men in the men's 200-yard freestyle race. Here are the men's standings coming into their final race of the evening. NC State continuing to set the pace by a big margin over Virginia Tech and Louisville. Virginia and Notre Dame still in the top 5, but no surprise, the Wolfpack leading the way here in the men's competition. And now on to their final race, beginning with the C final in the 200-yard freestyle. As I mentioned before, Luke Miller coming up in the A final. He holds the meet and conference record from last year. But first, 4 different seniors as well as 1 freshman set to duke it out here in this C final. What do you notice about the men when it comes to this distance and the freestyle discipline?
You know, there's a lot of power behind these strokes. There really, truly is. And when we get these guys swimming, I can explain it a little bit more, but every single stroke puts the same amount of torque and pressure on their arms as a pitcher throwing a fastball. There's a lot of energy behind this. And as they get started right here, I can kind of show you what I'm talking about. As they're going, right, you put your arm in the water, and you want to get a nice little streamline out there, and then what you want to do is you want to pop, almost like pop your elbow up, and it's almost like you're going over a wine barrel. Swum in many a wine barrel.
Yeah, I don't doubt that. You bring your snorkel, and you're set for the day.
Maybe a fin or two, you're ready to go. These guys are just looking so good. I love watching these long, beautiful strokes. Right now, we have got in lane 3 from FSU. Look at Peter's stroke. It is just fantastic. Nice, long, high elbows.
Peter Berjassi, the senior from Florida State, but now, all of a sudden in lane number 4, Gustavo Saldo, the sophomore from Louisville, pulling up alongside.
Gustavo's got a great finish. He is a finisher, so watch this. This is where he's going to try to make his move, obviously. So let's see what ends up happening. Look at him. His arms are spinning faster. He's picking up that turnover. He's got that whitewater lure behind him. Great turn, by the way.
Also in lane 6, Louis Drum, the freshman from UNC, also making a charge. He's up there, and it's a 3-swimmer race for the win here. And it's going to be Berjassi in lane number 3. Boy, but it was close. 3 swimmers neck and neck down the stretch.
I mean, there is 1/10 of a second separating first from third. So that was really cool. Great job.
Boy, not much separating them. Exciting swim. North Carolina places 3, 4, and 5 in the standings. And the B final on the way.
Got to get your tongue ready as well as your arms and your legs and your core, apparently.
If you're going to throw that fastball. Now, as you see the start list, there's a difference in fastballs. I mean, if you watch the game at all, you know that Justin Verlander, Max Scherzer is different than the 5th guy in the rotation throwing the fastball. So you want to make sure that you're siding with the guy who can really bring the heat.
I'm going to side with the Verlander on that one, I believe. That'll be good. And you got to make sure that you're not side arming it.
Of course.
Yeah, that gets weird.
No damn Quisenberries. Now I'm just throwing out references that most people probably don't even know.
No, I think people know that he was one of the first side arms. Absolutely.
Kent Tekulve Guys like that way back in the day.
Wow. You made fun of me last night for my age. I'm going to have to say you're aging yourself, my friend.
Oh, no, I have somebody saying all this in my ear.
Oh.
It's just the voices in my head, actually.
Yeah, that is correct.
Well, down here near the bottom of the screen, lane number 2. That's Hunter Tapp, the senior from North Carolina State, who has the lead at the moment. But in lane number 4, slowly but surely, Dennis Luktev, the sophomore from Louisville, pulling up alongside.
You know, it's interesting because in the beginning of this race, I feel it was more spread out than it is right now. They are really bunching together as we're getting ready here for the last few strokes that these guys are going to take in this event. And look, you can see, I mean, they are swimming so well. Nice high elbows, hit this. So look at that, all 3 of them turned at exactly the same time.
Well, this is going to be, again, a 3-swimmer race. Tapp, also Luktev and Brooks, lanes 2, 4, 5, and at the wall, it is going to be Brooks. Guy Brooks, the freshman from Louisville, only freshman in the field with the win.
That is awesome. Look at him, just cool as a cucumber. It's like he's like, yeah, I'm a freshman. I've been there, done that. Nice job, dude. Still looking at the scoreboard, though. He liked his time.
Want to get a picture of that. 1:33.19 for Guy Brooks in the B final.
I think this is an appropriate song for the A final that's getting ready to march out.
Last race of the night.
Here they come, and there he is, the man, Luke Miller. He's got the top time in the NCAA this year. He's just got that calm quietness about him before he races. I really like that.
Set the meet and conference record last year. He'll be in lane number 2 here for this A final tonight. The junior from North Carolina State. Comes from a town near Denver, Colorado. 6-time All-American. He's the defending champion in this event as well. A 5-time ACC champion altogether. So keep an eye on the bottom of the screen where he'll be in lane number 2 here this evening. Also in the middle, Michael Eastman, lane 4, another Louisville Cardinal. And from the town of Louisville, so staying right at home for his collegiate swimming. Men's 200-yard free A final, last race of the night here in Greensboro, North Carolina. Diving coming up next, a 3-meter event.
You can see handprints on his chest, like his actual handprint. Look at that. Again, that's to get your body ready from going from a standing still to like going all out.
We have already seen a few meet records set tonight. Will we get one more in the last race of the evening?
Well, this is going to be an exciting race for everybody. It was interesting. Everybody got to their feet, all the swimmers, to watch this race. And look right here, it's dead even. Yes, it is the first 50. Tell you what, I love Luke's stroke in lane 2. Just so nice and easy. He's kind of got that Katie Ledecky loping, almost like a skipping type stroke. And with every pull, he is getting further and further ahead.
And lanes 6 and 7 also looking pretty good. Badarav Unglu, the junior from Georgia Tech, and Chris Giuliano, a sophomore from Notre Dame. Lanes 6 and 7 respectively.
Now here is where you're going to really just want to just go for it, because this is the ACC championships, right? This is a big deal. You want to win this for your team, so you've got to give it all you've got right now.
Now lane 6, pulling ahead. Luke Miller a little bit behind here. Miller's going to have to turn it on in this turn. Unlu in that yellow cap, the junior from Georgia Tech, near the top of the screen, lane number 6. Almost stroke for stroke with a guy on the opposite side of the pool, Luke Miller in lane 2. And now several swimmers getting in the mix. Maybe our largest field of the evening contending for the win, and coming up to the wall, it is going to be Chris Giuliano in lane number 7, the sophomore from Notre Dame. In one of the most thrilling races of the night. He's the new conference champion.
Luke Miller ended up 4th in that race. But look at that, Chris, so excited. I didn't see him do that Fighting Irish thing,
he
though.
did it.
Did he do it?
Yep.
Man. Well, let's watch his finish. I did see that. And look at this right there. You have got 4 or 5 guys that could win that, and that's right there where he got it. Do you see what he did? He got on his side, touched with his fingertips, and that's why you don't cut your fingernails, people.
Among other reasons, I guess.
Sure. Look at that. He went so fast, his hair is still dry. That's cool.
What a race. Good way to finish things up. Look how close these times were. So the only swimmer in this field from Notre Dame comes away with the win.
Yes, smack in the water. You can't just do that. You've got to earn that, and he did it. Congratulations to him. And he's going to have a great career ahead of him, that's for sure. He's going to have to get used to this, I think.
All right, Chris, congratulations. Take us through that swim. What was your strategy here tonight?
First off, thank you so much. I want to thank God, my parents, my brother, and my entire team. But I just knew I had to hammer that middle 100. I knew I'd be able to bring it home. So just kind of drive those legs on that third 50 especially.
Chris, I got to tell you, that finish was just storybook. You got on your side, fingertip touch. Do you work on that a lot in practice?
Yeah, when I can. I don't even know what to think right now. Like I don't know what's going through my head. Well, I just know my legs are like really hurt.
What is going through your head right now?
Oh boy, I don't know. This is just unbelievable. I could never dream of this moment. Yeah, I don't know. Oh boy, it feels good. It feels really good.
We'll let you take a load off. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Go Irish.
Chris Giuliano, the winner in the final race of the night. And on the way next, the men's 3-meter diving. That's when we come back to Greensboro. Time now for the diving portion of the program and the men's 1-meter summary, showing you where things stand as Anton Down-Jenkins beat out Daniel Knapp and Bane Bennett. The standings as we come into the 3-meter, set to begin tonight in Greensboro. Steve Schlanger back once again, but this time joined by the All-American Jason Bauman as we have 3-meter diving on deck here in Greensboro. And Jason, we've got 8 divers from 6 different schools, but this could really be a 2-man showcase with a couple of divers who have a history with one another.
Yeah, it's going to be round 3 for Anton Down-Jenkins from the University of North Carolina and Max Flory from the University of Miami. In 21, it was Max number 2, Anton number 1. In 22, it was Max number 1, Anton number 2. The other day on 1 meter, it went Max 1, Anton 2, so they're at it again. It should be a lot of fun.
So the 8 divers will do 6 dives altogether. Jason, take us through the scoring scale.
Yeah, so each of the officials are sitting down. There's 7 judges out there. They're going to put dives into these categories of excellent at 10, very good to 8.5 to 9.5, good to 7 to 8, satisfactory, that 5 to 6.5, deficient, 2.5 to 4.5. Hopefully we don't see too many of those deficients and unsatisfactories at 0.5 to 2, and hopefully none of the completely failed dives. And the places that what they're looking for is these elements of the dive that the judges are looking at. They do their dive, they're immediately kind of evaluating the starting position that they start in, the approach and the takeoff, how they land on the end of the diving board, where they take off from, the flight in the air, are their legs straight, are they in those deep, tight pike positions, the entry into the water, is it vertical, is it clean with no splash, and then this overall impression. And so you ask those judges, it comes up really quickly. The scores are usually given in, seconds after that, so you're kind of got this mental gymnastics you're doing really quick.
Here are the 8 divers, and the 2 that you see there near the bottom are the 2 who we anticipate are going to battle for the top of the standings, Max Flory and Anton Dowd-Jenkins. 2 top divers from the prelims. So, now set to commence. First of 6 dives for the first of the 8 divers. Mohammed Farouk out of the University of Miami, the sophomore in his first final, and the transfer from Alabama.
So his first dive is a forward 3.5 somersault pike. So he's going to do a forward approach, rotate in the forward direction 3.5 times with his legs straight and his body bent at the waist to try and go in vertical. He used a really big last dive, a forward 4.5 to get into the final. So he's got a very good, strong, powerful hurdle, but you watch, his foot's almost on the end and he steps back off the end a little bit. Really tight in the pike, high as he finishes, but a little bit over-rotated. So down in that satisfactory range.
Tough to get that rotation so right with the quickness of the spin. And always a timing issue.
You got to do all of those things and also know where you are, come out, and then reach to the right spot. They take those scores and they multiply by the degree of difficulty of each of the individual dives.
This is Dylan Reed, the junior from Pitt.
So Dylan is starts with a reverse twisting dive, so he is going down the board forward, rotating back towards the diving board, 3.5 twist with a 1.5 somersaults. Doesn't quite get all the way out to a straight line. Still in that satisfactory range. So we're looking for 60 to 75 points for our top people, looking at that 450 mark as far as overall score.
That'll take us to Daniel Knapp out of Notre Dame, the freshman who made the finals in the 1 meter, just missed the podium when he was 4th in that event.
So unfortunately you see Daniel there. He touched the diving board with his feet as he comes by. He's a little bit over the end of the diving board. You'll see his feet kind of touch right in here. Now, there's a couple different things going on in there. There are, in the rules that we have, if he touches the board but it doesn't affect the dive, you score it accordingly. Obviously that affected his entry. He over-rotated. So the scores are going to be lower in that deficient, kind of unsatisfactory range. But in the high school diving, that's actually a 2 because it's a mandatory unsatisfactory dive.
Chase Stevens.
That's a nice front 3.5 pike from him. Just a little bit forward. If he lands on the end of the board, his toes are curled over, so it's a little bit out, too far out from the diving board, and then a little bit over-rotated because as you're moving forward, you're working with your momentum.
Always curious how the judges get the scores in so quickly that they never need a moment to kind of process things, do they?
You were kind of quickly evaluating as you go, and then I'm probably a bad judge in that regard because I sit and kind of replay it in my head before I put my score in.
Tasman Abramowitz from Florida State.
And he's doing the exact same dive you saw there. Again, he's a little bit too far forward there, so it's on the corner of the board and moving away. If he's off to the side of the board, which he is slightly, the judges can deduct for that if they see it.
Now the diver from UNC is coming up next, Alexander Hart, who was third in this event last year, made the final of the 1 meter here this year in Greensboro, and the native of Vienna, Austria.
And Alex is doing an inward 2.5 somersault pike, same dive we saw Daniel do just a few minutes ago. So facing backward, rotating toward the diving board. Good. And if you see this one, he actually is moving it pretty well, but you can see that move slightly to the right-hand side of the diving board there, and you also watch him flex his fleet as he goes by. I think maybe he saw Daniel didn't want to do that same thing himself, so you get a little bit of that where you kind of see that and you anticipate, oh my gosh, I want to flex my feet, so I got a little more space there.
All right, these last two divers here in this opening sequence are the two big names. First up, Max Flory of the University of Miami, the junior and defending champion in this event from last year.
So what I want you to notice is degree of difficulty overall of their list. So Max starting also with a forward 3.5 somersaults pike. So he does a pretty good entry. As you watch, he's going to hurdle a little bit back from the end of the diving board there, and that makes him move forward and away. Does a nice job to come out. If he was a little closer to the diving board, probably would score a little bit more in those 8.5 range, but that's still a pretty good start.
And now the final of the 8 divers, completing his first dive of the evening, Anton Down-Jenkins from UNC, fifth-year senior from New Zealand.
He's also choosing to start with a 405B, that inward 2.5 somersaults tuck, or inward 2.5 somersaults pike, excuse me. So I like this dive. What he moves a little bit to the right. I saw him Mormon practicing yesterday and talking with his coach about that, and you see it just move a little bit off to the right-hand side of the diving board, and that's why some of those judges' scores are a little lower than the others.
All right, so the first of the 6 dives now in the books here. We move on to round number 2 when we come back. The standings in the upper left-hand corner of the screen after the first of 6 rounds here in the men's 3-meter diving. Back around to the top. And the start of round number 2 with Mohammed Farouk of Miami. I mentioned earlier the transfer from Alabama, native of Egypt, did not make the finals of the SECs while at Alabama, so making the finals for the first time here in the ACC championships.
His next dive here is a forward 2.5 somersaults with 2 twists. And I really love this hurdle compared to the one we just saw from his first round, where he is much more on the end of the diving board. So he's going to do his twist, what we call out, because he's doing the somersault first and then into the twisting position. Nice vertical entry, just a little splashy and rolled by. Good scores there.
Dylan Reed, the Pitt Panther, junior, in his first final and an NCAA qualifier each of the last 2 years.
So he's going to do his first of the backward category. He's going to do a back press going that way and then somersaulting backwards 2.5 times. This is a really good back 2.5. It's one of those dives where we're kind of see you're on the cusp. So it's a back 2.5 somersault pike. He comes out with his feet pointing at the water, hands down, and he stops the position and then really vertical on that. Nice job for good 7, 7.5, 8. You'll like that.
All right, Daniel Knapp of Notre Dame, the freshman who comes from Arizona, made the final of the Junior Nationals last year.
And showing a little bit of that freshman jitters a little bit. You know, he's in the final the other day. This one was a little over the end with his hurdle and just trying to get his bearings back there after kind of not the start he wants, but, you know, hopefully he can regroup, gather, and get those last 4 dives going in a good direction.
Where do the nerves for a young diver show up the most?
You know, it's the conference championships are a very different experience for divers, right? Because you have all the swim teams are around, you got more people there, more eyes on you. It doesn't always happen that way at some of our junior events. And so for these college kids, sometimes this is the first real big group that they're in front of. That was a nice full twisting 2.5 for Che. And 60 points for the total score. That's nice. It works.
Kazman Abramowitz of Florida State coming up next. Grad transfer from Wisconsin, native of Calgary, who spent his freshman year at UNLV, so a well-traveled diver. Now settling in Tallahassee.
So Taz's next dive here is an inward 2.5 somersault pike. We've seen this one already a few times. 3.0 degree of difficulty. I like that. It's a little bit arched on the finish, so it slides past vertical. So it's probably going to stay in that satisfactory. You also see his knees slightly bend there, where you see that score be right in that borderline between 6.5s and 7s.
Alex Hart from North Carolina was 17th at the World Championships, the senior. 4th last year in this event when he just missed a medal.
So Alex has a ton of power there, right? Love his big press and push of the diving board. Look how far down the board goes. It almost touches the concrete, and how high he is when he finishes it. But to be that high, you have to come out at the right time so that he can go in vertical. And that's why you see 8.5s, and I would agree with that as a very good dive.
Max Flory and the Miami junior, who won the 1 meter event already here in Greensboro.
So this is Max's inward 2.5 somersaults pike. You see his list kind of increase in degree of difficulty as we go to the end. It ramps up quite a bit. So this one's actually moving a little bit off to the left-hand side of the board. Probably easier to see there, depending on which side of the board you're sitting on. The judges can or cannot see that, and so you'll see the scores that way. I would guess there's people that are the 7.5s. They see that that's a little off the side. The 8.5s just don't pick that up as well, and it's hard. That's why we have 7 judges. You throw out the too high and the too low, and you get that kind of middle range.
Anton Down Jenkins, final diver here in round 2.
So he does an amazing job with this. I don't like his start and beginning that well. He's a little open and slow getting it rotating, but look how well it goes in the water and how clean and vertical that was. That is kind of all diving is about making those adjustments. That was fantastic.
So 2 rounds down, round number 3 in the men's 3 meter coming up next. Back at the Greensboro Aquatic Center, round 3 of the 3 meter men's diving here. Standings at the top of the screen. And when the divers are planning out what they are going to do, their dives through the 6 different rounds, how do they lay it out in terms of what they want to do for each dive?
Yeah, there's a lot of strategy that goes in. You want to do, whether you're going to do all your front takeoffs together and get them out of the way, or do them that way, or kind of get in with that piece. You and your coach really work on that strategy. Muhammad here is starting with his 3rd straight forward takeoff. This time he's going to go rotate backwards, though. He's going to do the reverse 2.5 somersaults pike. And I like the balance on that. He's maybe a tiny bit over the end of the diving board there, and so it moves away from the board. It's a little early, but he comes out and stops it so vertically and pretty, and it's a nice pike position. He's so tight in that body shape.
Dylan Reed, the junior from Pitt. First final in this 3 meter. Also made the final at this event last year, though, too.
So this is his forward 3.5 somersault pike. So you see that this is a dive that is very well executed. It's not quite as high and powerful, so you'll see the judges' scores will be slightly down in that kind of 7 to 8 range. Not in the very good category, but in the good category. When you multiply those out, you end up in that 60-point, 65-point dive.
When the divers are determining the calculus of what they want to do with the dive, do they try to build in sort of like a go-to dive, one they can really rely on at some point when they need it?
Well, what you really want to do is pick the dives that you can do and execute the best. You know, some of that means that, you know, I'm a much better spinning dive, you know, and then I move really fast. And what you see is Daniel here do that reverse 3.5 somersault tuck. Now that's 3.5. We saw Muhammad's reverse 2.5 somersault pike, one less somersault. Clearly can make it, but he kicks vertical almost 4 feet above the water, and then it just keeps on going. Unfortunately, we're not quite there, but again, he's a freshman. He will figure it out. He's got a lot of talent and ability. It's just working on the control and doing more reps.
Chase Stevens from Louisville, a native of Valparaiso, Indiana.
So this is his back 2.5 somersaults pike. Known Chase since he was a junior diver and did not do a lot of 3-meter until he kind of got closer to that college level. Really like where he's going here, but look at the bent knees and then lost his feet. It's going to be a hard one there to kind of judge, and you'll see the scores and the range of scores of 4.5 to 6.5. That's why you have 7 judges. Depending on how much you see, you throw out those other, those 2 outliers on each side. You end up with that 5.5. That's probably about right.
Tasman Abramowitz, the Canadian from Florida State.
His reverse 2.5 somersault pike here. And as we watch this, I want you to look at the diving board and where he takes off. The board pushes down and he leaves it before it comes all the way up, and it's a little bit of those bent knees as he leaves, which is why you see those scores maybe be a little lower, because he's not quite to vertical and not as high as he needs to be on the takeoff.
And you see the score is a little lower for the Florida State Seminole, Alexander Hartz from North Carolina.
So Alexander has so much power there. He's a little bit soft in his knees, but you see his legs get straight, but he kind of whips his body out instead of putting his hands down, getting his body straight and looking back so that he controls his entry and doesn't go by.
So now Max Flory, again the defending champion here, the junior from Miami. Also was second 2 years ago. Already has 1 title in diving in the 1 meter here this week in North Carolina.
So Max is doing the exact same dive we just saw Alex do. And what you're going to see here is the difference between those, right? His speed is there, the pike is really good, but look where he comes out. Down, hands on his hips, looks back, finds the entry, and straight up and down. Again, I really like this. I thought maybe a little splashy and just a little loose in his middle, but gosh, I really like how much control he showed on that dive.
Anton Down Jenkins, another UNC Tar Heel, the 5th-year senior, who was second in this event last year to Max Flory, who he is battling once again tonight.
Yeah, he does a great job with that. Now, the scores are not going to be as high because look where he lands in his hurdle. He's on the right-hand corner and kind of moves his arms a little bit and kind of has to work through it, but he doesn't panic, finds vertical. Sometimes it's not about the points you get, it's sometimes about not losing points either and making the most of it to scramble.
Halfway through it, 3 dives down, 3 to go here in the men's 3 meter from Greensboro. Round number 4 coming up, and given these scores, having completed 3 dives, still with 3 more to go for all of these competitors, how much do you think can change at this point, given where the standings are?
Diving is very strange like that because a lot can change in a very short time. You do a really good dive, you're in the 8.5 range, and you're multiplied by these large degree of difficulties at 3.0 to 3.8 and 9. You're talking about 80-point dives here and there, 90-point dives. And you can see somebody miss and end up going 30 points and going that way. So it's really unpredictable. And I think this is kind of what I'm talking about, is that these back 2.5 somersaults pike is a tricky dive for men, I would say. So you see him get it moving very well, but he's almost got to come out straight down to stop it. And because he's got a little bit of momentum, it's kind of getting away from him.
That takes us to Dylan Reed, the NCAA qualifier each of the last 2 years.
So he's onto the inward 2.5 somersault pike. You see him going to go face backward, but rotate forward toward the diving board. Nice job, Dylan. I like that. Good connection as far as his balance. His arms are up, his knees are bent, and he pushes and throws at the same time, so he finishes it at the board level. Could be even higher. Maybe needs a little more power, but straight up and down and vertical. And the good scores is 7.5s.
Daniel Knapp comes from Arizona, the freshman at Notre Dame. Made the finals in the 1 meter, just missed the podium in 4th here this week.
I'd like to see him get on track here with a good back 2.5 somersaults pike. There you go, much better job. So it's a little bit short, but it's a lot more controlled. And again, it's just nice to kind of get in a good rhythm and finish out strong in these last 3 rounds for him.
Even though it's 6 dives and you have time between dives, there's momentum, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you can be going one way or the other, and it just kind of snowballs.
Yeah, and for a lot of these divers, I mean, here's even something kind of interesting. You're seeing Che do a reverse 2.5 tuck, and he's not doing an approach and a hurdle. He's actually going to do it standing. I'm not quite sure why, but that is an option. It's not a penalty in there, but obviously it's harder to jump as high. I really like that. He's got a nice strong kick out and go that way. But what you see is the judges then bring that score down because his amplitude isn't going to be as high as he does it with a hurdle. But maybe there's a reason why that's the case there. Maybe he's been out a little balanced. I don't know. Kind of interesting.
Tasman Abramowitz from Florida State.
And he's also doing a back 2.5 somersaults pike. Now, we don't see anybody doing back 3.5 somersaults tuck in this contest, but a lot of these men that were in the finals were doing back 2.5 somersaults tuck on 1 meter. Back 3.5 somersault tuck is kind of the dive you need to be, you know, really competitive at the Olympic and international level. This one, again, back 2.5 pike, it's that in between. Not quite at 2.5, but not quite at 3.5, so he just pulls it by just a little bit. You see those scores between 60 and 70 points. That's pretty good. Our top people are going to be in that 70 to 75 point range.
Here's Alexander Hart. And something else you notice is compared to the swimming, where it's loud and rowdy, it's always dead quiet for the diving. What happens if they decided to just have more of an atmosphere? If they were cheering, would that help the divers or detract from it, do you think?
I think it depends. I think there are ways that they can make it a little bit more interesting that way. You see music a lot of times in between the dives, but when the divers are going, it's pretty quiet, even in some of the big bubbles. I love this big, strong, powerful jump, but with that power, it's trying to be super precise. He's a little fast bringing his hands out and opening up his body, so it slows down the rotation and ends up a little distant short.
It seems like it's more etiquette and the fact that they've always done it more than anything.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's kind of, it is certainly that way, that the cheering kind of happens in between, not necessarily while you're up there kind of giving your performance, I suppose.
Max Flory, the leader here in round 4.
Big dive here. So, again, we're talking about scrambling, right? Watch his hurdle. He's going to go up in his hurdle. He's in pretty good shape, but he's on the left corner. Gets small in his tuck and finds a way to still get to vertical. Now, watch where he's going. He's rotating and moving a little bit off to the left and a little split with the legs in the tuck. That's why you see those scores maybe in that 7.5, 8 range, but he did a great job to get to vertical and still collect as many points as he needed to on that big 3.5 degree of difficulty.
Anton Down Jenkins, silver medalist in the 1 meter already this week here at the ACC Championships.
Again, forward 3.5 pike, 3.1. And what I love about Anton is how precise he is. This is a really good hurdle right on the end. Arms up and controlled. It's moving just a little bit to the right-hand side of the diving board, but super vertical and clean. Look at his nice pike. He gets out with those hands, reaches out and drills the entry.
All right, so 2 more rounds left to go here in the men's 3-meter as the diving wraps up this night here at the ACC Swimming and Diving Championships. Coming up on round 5 of 6 altogether. Here are the scores, and as we alluded to earlier, it figured to be a 2-man battle, and that's the way it's turned out with Max Flory and Anton Down-Jenkins. Pretty tight at the top of the leaderboard, a big gap back to everyone else. And with 2 dives left to go for those 2, how do you see it playing out? Does one have an advantage over another?
You're going to see the difference between degree of difficulty, and if he executes at that level, Max has got a little edge there. Anton has got that little lower degree of difficulty, but if he can be as precise and execute at those 9s and better, it could be very, very interesting. Real close. So again, we're getting the first kind of looks at these harder dives. This is an inward 3.5 somersault tuck at 3.4 degree of difficulty. Clearly has the power and ability to make it, but we got to have the control too. So you get those scores in that deficient range, kind of in the 4s.
When you think of how tight it is at the top, it also brings to mind the risk-reward nature of the sport, right? How much do you want to go into difficulty with the degree of how challenging your dive might be? Do you want to play it safe but feel like you can execute the dive? All part of the calculus, right?
Yeah, and you gotta be, where are you headed? What's the long-term piece? And all these guys are going to turn around here in a couple of weeks and go back to an NCAA zone championship to try and qualify, and then the NCAAs too, and trying to do well there. So really good. Dylan is on a roll here too. He's kind of feeling his momentum. He's kind of back there with that reverse 2.5 somersault pike. Nice scores there. 69 points, love that. Coach Katie will be happy.
So although the front 2 have quite a margin over everyone else, still a battle for the bottom step of the podium unfolding here.
Good job, there's 2 in a row for Daniel. I like his hurdle, love the balance here. He's got nice deep pike position and vertical and drilled it. Nice feet too. Nice job. Good job.
Chase Stevens coming up next, a sophomore from Louisville.
So he is doing a forward 2.5 somersaults with 2 twists. Again, 3.4 degree of difficulty, so a little bit higher up there. So you've got this where he's hurdling and he comes up, he catches that left corner again, going sideways, does a nice job to do that. You see his feet separate. Again, he does that in the out, where you see him do the somersault first and then twist after he does the 1.5 somersault there. But did a pretty good job to get those scores even on that, and that's satisfactory.
Here's Tasman Abramovich.
So you're going to see the exact same dive. You're going to see a couple more of these here right in a row, so you get a chance to kind of compare them right back to back to back to back, and that's helpful for the judges too. So you see Taz here, he's going to actually be over the end of the diving board with his feet and kind of stomping on it, so it makes that sound that you don't really like. He does a good job to work to get it there, but it's hard to control it because it doesn't have that amplitude and takeoff you're looking for. Again, looking at that takeoff where you maybe take some deductions off as a judge.
When you have a situation like this where you have several similar dives all in succession, do the divers watch other divers to see how they do it, or do they just kind of stay in their own lane?
You pretty much stay in your own lane, but you kind of at this point where you can't have, you don't have your headphones on, you can't see them, you're gonna see what's there. So this is Alex's forward 2.5 with 2 twists as well. So he does this so he does the twisting part first. So he does a forward 1.5 somersaults with 2 twists. You see him go to the right side a little bit. Look at his twisting position and then bend over and go in. And then nice straight vertical entry. Like that. 81 points.
All right, Max Flory from Miami, the leader, with his penultimate dive of the night.
And Max is doing the exact same dive again. Alex set him up well. If he can do a good one here, over that 80 points perhaps. So the dive itself, I think, is actually a little cleaner, but the direction that he leaves the diving board in is a little too far forward. So the distance isn't quite there. Going to be a little lower scores. Still a solid dive, good. Could be even a little bit better.
All right, so Anton Down-Jenkins, a close second, trying to keep pace here. He's got 2 dives left, a big one coming up here to go into that final round close to Flory.
Yeah, and he's got a little lower degree of difficulty. He does the forward 2.5 with just 1 twist here at 3.0. So he's given up a little on the degree of difficulty, needs to execute. And again, the lineup is there. I think he's a little off to the side in his hurdle. Does a nice job with it. See how well they score that. Again, this little bit of movement to the side and just lets it wash a little bit, and it kicks that little sideways movement.
All right, so here are the standings now with 1 dive left to go for all 8 of the competitors here in the 3-meter. Flory still leading over Anton Down-Jenkins. He's extended that lead somewhat. Can that be overcome in the final dive?
Yeah, for sure. Again, we've got this back and forth of Max has got a forward 2.5 with 3 twists at 3.9. Anton's got a forward 2.5 with 2 twists at 3.4. But risk reward, right?
Yep. All right, Mohammed Farouk, the sophomore from Miami, kicks things off in this final sequence.
He needed every single point. He snuck in just ahead of his teammate by about a point on this in the prelim. Love that. So great job in his hurdle. Look how tall and straight he is on the step down. Small and little in his tuck, maybe a little split, but love the vertical lineup. That's going to be in that very good category. 96 points. Love that. Way to go.
Well, the native of Egypt with his final dive of the night. Competed at the World Championships last year. Nice way to finish. Dylan Reed of Pitt now. His first final of the week, and the junior with his final dive.
Dylan is fighting for that 3rd place spot here. Again, a forward 2.5 with 2 twists.
Currently sitting in 4th.
Gonna be happy with that. A little bit of short on the entry because we didn't quite get deep enough in the dig down coming out. But still pretty solid. Gonna get 7.5s.
Now, last time on the board for the freshman from Notre Dame. Second final of the week. Looking to crack the podium for the first time.
And what you see here is you get some of those times the hurdle just is failing you. He's a little on the corner again, does a nice job to make that work, but that's a hard place to do that dive from. And to still get 7.5s on that was pretty impressive.
Now Chase Stevens, a sophomore from Louisville who was 4th in this event last year. Right now at the bottom of the standings.
His final dive is an inward 2.5 somersault pike, a little lower degree difficulty at 3.0. Going to probably be in the satisfactory range, just a little bit short of vertical, just opens up a little too early there. And as well, you can kind of see in his pike position when we slow it down like that, you see his knees aren't quite all the way locked out, which is why you see some of those scores, maybe that 5 in there, didn't think his legs were perfectly straight.
Abramovich from Florida State, the Calgary native, who again is a grad transfer from Wisconsin and also spent time at UNLV his freshman year.
So Taz is doing his inward 3.5 somersault tuck. It's not a dive he did in the prelims, choosing to do it here in the finals, which you can make those changes. 3.4 degree of difficulty. And I would guess those scores will probably be right around that satisfactory, maybe a little something deficient because he's not quite all the way extended through his legs as he goes through the water, so it just rolls a little bit. So you'll see some variation in the scores.
Alexander Hart with his highest degree of difficulty of the night here at 3.9 for the senior in his final dive.
So he is doing a forward 2.5 with 3 twists. He's going to twist in, so he's going to do the twist at the beginning of the dive and then add the second somersault. Did a great job with that. He's a little bit off to the edge. This hurdle where you get that big jump is great for getting more power, but it's harder to control. Lost his feet a little bit, and then it over-rotates slightly.
So now it comes down to the last 2 divers in the battle for the win in the men's 3-meter. Max Flory, the junior from Miami, leading all the way here tonight, the defending champion from last year, and his highest degree of difficulty coming with his last dive as well.
Same dive we just saw Alex do. It's a forward 2.5 with 3 twists. He does it in as well.
Trying to cement his place at the top of the standings.
And love the entry. He flexes his feet a little bit. I think it could be a little closer to the diving board, but what you see with these guys doing this really hard triple twisting 2.5 is that sometimes it's easier to do it when it's a little farther forward like that. But nice and vertical, good dive. Maybe loses his feet a tiny bit there. 83.
And so now the final diver of the night, Anton Down-Jenkins from North Carolina, the 5th-year senior who comes from New Zealand. Went to South Carolina as a freshman. He's been in second all the way here, chasing Flory all night long.
So his final dive is a 2 twists, a little lower. It's good. I don't know that it's very good, but I think it's good. I just think he stepped back a little bit, and again, don't think it's going to be quite enough to get there. Nice entry.
So it's going to be Max Flory, the junior, winning his 2nd title in a row in this event at the ACC Championships. We'll take a look at the final standings and talk with Max as we continue following the final event of the evening Max Flory on the way when we come back. Miami's Max Flory with his second win of the week. He takes the men's 3-meter here tonight in Greensboro. And Max now joining us. Max, congratulations. And what did the trick? What was the key for you here through all 6 dives?
Really, I've been putting a lot of hard work in lately, so it's just, relying on training and going in and just hit your cues on every dive and go from there.
Max, fantastic job. I'm looking at your scores and I'm going, he was consistent throughout for all 6 dives. And I thought there were a couple dives in there where there was not quite the hurdle maybe you would have wanted, but I was so impressed with how you managed to rally and put those dives in. The reverse 3.5 in particular, I thought you did an awesome job with that. What was kind of going through your head when you landed in the hurdle there? Because I think it was a little bit in trouble.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. But really, you got to be able to do a dive on any hurdle, and that just comes with competition. So it's just practice and keeping your cool.
Congratulations. That was fantastic. Really, really great performance. Awesome job. That's 2 for the week. You got 1 more in you?
There's still more work to be done, so
keep it up. Good job.
Thank you.
All right, Max, congratulations. He's all business. And the standings after this second night of our coverage here, North Carolina State. Big margin over second place, Louisville, Virginia Tech, Notre Dame, and Virginia rounding out the top 5. Here is the schedule for tomorrow. And we are back in Greensboro once again at 5:30 Eastern on the ACC network. So, this full week of conference championship swimming and diving continues into the weekends. Friday night swimming and diving coming up from the Greensboro Aquatic Center, and we will see you then. In the meantime, for Amy Van Dyken and Jason Bauman, I'm Steve Schlanger. Thanks for joining us tonight. More records set in Greensboro, and we'll talk to you once again tomorrow right back here at the Greensboro Aquatic Center.